Okay. Welcome, everybody. We are going to get started momentarily. However, I wanted to address one thing. We are going to have a number of people here today. You all know that. We all know this is going to take a little while. We want to make sure that everybody gets their time and everybody is respected. This is an important issue. People are passionate, but as we go through here, we're going to adhere to a few things. One, if a clock is set for testimony, it will be set to exactly a certain amount of time. Nobody goes over. You are certainly allowed to speak less than the set amount of time, but please do not go beyond that. Addressing the space in the room. We know we have a line outside of more people who are going to fill in. To be practical here, what I am going to allow is for people to come and use the seats in the front. However, with a caveat, nobody who is coming beyond this rail here has any advantage over anybody who is back there. And to emphasize that, anybody who is giving testimony who is not an attorney is going to use that microphone over there, which means that if you are sitting here, you are going to walk around to this microphone. I know it'll take a little bit longer, and we know we need to keep things moving. At the same time, I want to be useful of the space that we have. So we're going to move forward. So if you are coming in, these seats are open. Did I say everything you need to say? Thank you very much. Sure. Okay. You want to get started at 10 o'clock sharp? Okay. They may. Fine. Okay, everybody, I'm looking at the clock. We have a little bit less than a minute. I want to start at 10 sharp. I mentioned a few minutes ago, if you just came into the room, you'll be hearing it for the first time. We have a lot of people here and a lot of opinions. I want to make sure that we stay respectful, that people, when they are speaking at the microphone, that is the only voice I want to hear. One voice at a time. It will keep things moving along. I'm glad to see such an engaged public. But to make sure that everybody gets out of here on time on a Friday, we also want to make sure that we are being respectful. Do you have a question? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the question is, where would we like everybody to testify from? Recognizing it's a little bit of a schlep for some of the people who might be in the front, I want to make sure everybody's using the microphone in the back. I'm going to make it that way today. Would you like counsel? Counsel may speak from the front. Yeah. Okay. The consultant also might. Yeah, consultant can also. Okay, it is 10 o'clock and 21 seconds. We are going to begin. Good morning, everybody. I would like to call this public hearing to order. My name is Adam Rubin. I am a member of the Commission on Chicago Landmarks, and I will be the hearing officer for today's hearing. With me today are Suzanne Hillel, Assistant Corporation Counsel of the Real Estate and Land Use Division of the city's Law Department, who is the Commission's counsel for today's public hearing, and Diana Cuvallo, Architect for the Historic Preservation Division of the Department of Planning and Development. I will briefly summarize the nature of today's hearing. The Commission on Chicago Landmarks was established and is governed by the Municipal Code of Chicago. The procedures for today's public hearing are contained in Article 2 of the Commission's Rules and Regulations governing hearings for consideration of proposed landmark designations. The purposes and duties of the commission are set forth in the municipal code and include the identification, preservation, protection, enhancement, and encouragement of the continued use and rehabilitation of buildings and districts having special historical, community, architectural, or aesthetic interest to the city of Chicago and its citizens. The commission carries out this mandate by recommending to the city council the designations of specific buildings, structures, areas, districts, and works of art as official Chicago landmarks. The commission bases its recommendations on the 7 criteria set forth in section 2-120-620 of the municipal code and the integrity criterion set forth in section 2-120-630 of the municipal code. The purpose of today's hearing is to gather relevant facts and information to assist the commission in deciding to recommend that the St. Adalbert Parish Complex meets the criteria set forth in section 2-120-620. We will begin with a chronology of events leading to this public hearing and incorporate the commission's exhibits into the record. I would like to call on Diana Cuvallo to read the chronology of events leading to today's hearing. Diana.
Commissioner, at a special meeting of August 7, 2023, the Commission on Chicago Landmarks Commission approved a preliminary landmark recommendation, the preliminary recommendation for designation of the St. Adalbert Parish Complex located at 1622 to 1658 West 17th Street and 1633 to 1659 West 16th Street, hereafter the complex, as a Chicago landmark. A courtesy email from the Department of Planning and Development, DPD, to the owner of the complex announcing the August 7, 2023 special meeting was sent on August 3, 2023, and is identified as Commission Document 1 attached hereto. The Commission found that the complex appeared to meet 4 of the 7 criteria for designation, as well as the integrity criterion identified in the Chicago Landmarks Ordinance, Municipal Code of the City of Chicago, Section 2-120-580. The preliminary recommendation, identified as Commission Document 2, attached hereto, initiated the consideration process for further study and analysis of the possible landmark designation of the complex. As part of the preliminary recommendation, the Commission preliminarily identified the significant historical and architectural features of the complex as all exterior elevations, including roof lines, of the 4 buildings that make up the St. Adalbert complex: the church, rectory, convent, and school buildings. Building interiors are excluded from the significant features. In addition, the single-story accessory building located north of the rectory is also excluded from the significant features. For the purposes of Section 2-120-740 of the Municipal Code governing the review of permit applications, the following additional guidelines should also apply. The Commission's review of proposed work should ensure that the significant historical and architectural features of the exteriors and roof lines of the 4 buildings are preserved while allowing reasonable change and flexibility to meet new needs in accommodating future uses, including potential new construction on undeveloped portions of the parcel. As part of the preliminary recommendation, the Commission also adopted a preliminary summary of information dated August 7, 2023, and identified as Commission Document 3 attached hereto. In a certified letter dated August 24, 2023, together with certified mail receipts identified as Commission Document 4 attached hereto, DPD, on behalf of the Commission, notified the owner of the complex of the preliminary recommendation. At its regular meeting of September 7, 2023, the Commission received a report identified as Commission Document 5 attached hereto from Maurice D. Cox, then Commissioner of DPD, stating that the proposed landmark designation of the complex supports the city's overall planning goals and is consistent with the city's governing policies and plans. In a letter dated September 28, 2023, DPD, on behalf of the Commission, officially requested the consent to the proposed landmark designation from the owner of the complex. A copy of the letter, which requested the return of an enclosed written consent form indicating consent or non-consent to the designation of the complex by November 13, 2023, is identified as Commission Document 6 and attached hereto. In a letter to the Commission dated November 9, 2023, the owner of the complex requested a 120-day extension to the consent period, which is identified as Commission Document 7 attached hereto. On November 4, 2023, via email, DPD, on behalf of the Commission, granted the owner's request for an extension and set a new deadline for consent or non-consent to the landmark designation by March 8, 2024. That email is identified as Commission Document 8 attached hereto. In a letter to the Commission dated March 7, 2024, the owner of the complex indicated their non-consent to the landmark designation of the complex, which is identified as Commission Document 9 attached hereto. Without written consent from the property owner, Section 2120-650 of the Chicago Landmarks Ordinance requires the Commission to hold a public hearing on the preliminary recommendation with respect to the designation of the complex as a Chicago landmark. In a letter dated April 17, 2024, identified as Commission Document 10 attached hereto, DPD, on behalf of the Commission, notified the owner of the complex of the public hearing being held today on May 10, 2024. On April 23, 2024, a notice of the hearing place, date, and time was also posted on 5 signs in the public right-of-way surrounding the complex, as evidenced by an affidavit signed by the Commission staff member Daniel Kleiber, confirming such, as well as a copy and photographs of said signs identified collectively as Commission Document 11 attached hereto. In addition, the public hearing place, date, and time was published as a legal notice in the Chicago Tribune. A certificate from the Chicago Tribune attesting to the publication on April 23, 2024, of the legal notice for today's public hearing date is identified as Commission Document 12 attached hereto. The public hearing place, date, and time were also posted on DPD's website. A copy of the PowerPoint presentation, including photographs and text, used in the Commission staff's presentation at today's hearing is identified as Commission Document 13 attached hereto. And finally, correspondence received by the Commission pertaining to the proposed designation is identified as Commission Document 14 attached hereto.
Thank you, Deanna. I would like to incorporate these documents of the Commission into the record. The Commission's documents may be examined at this hearing and are also available for inspection at the Commission's office. Next, I will rule on requests for party status. All property owners or their representatives have the right to make a statement for or against the proposed designation. They also have the right to ask questions of Commission staff after completion of their presentation. The Landmarks Ordinance also allows property owners and other individuals and organizations to request status as a party to the hearing. Parties to the hearings proceedings can make longer and more detailed presentations for or against the proposed landmark designation that can include submitting photographs and other documents, as well as presenting testimony from their own witnesses. Parties may also question any other party's witnesses and question the Commission staff member who summarized the preliminary landmark recommendation. Only those who want to make a more detailed presentation beyond a statement or question need to request party status. Those wishing to request party status should fill out a blue appearance form and return it to a member of the staff. Those forms are at a table just outside the chambers right here. If you wish to be a party and you have filled out a blue appearance form requesting party status, I will call on each of you in turn and consider your party request. If you have not filled out a blue appearance form but wish to be a party, please do so now. Please note, and this part's important, that party status is not required if a property owner or other individual or organization only wishes to make a statement for or against the proposed designation. Everyone will have an opportunity to make a statement during the public statement portion of the hearing. In addition, Property owners have the right to question commission staff and experts regardless of whether they are parties to the proceeding. If you wish to make a statement in support of the proposed landmark designation, you should fill out a pink appearance form. If you wish to make statements in opposition to the proposed landmark designation, you should fill out an orange appearance form. These forms are at the table by the door and should be completed and returned to a member of the staff at this time. Please include your name and address or the name and address of the organization that you represent. This being said, those wishing to request party status should fill out a blue appearance form and return it to a member of the staff. And we have some blue appearance forms. See, I have a blue appearance form requesting party status. We have just one here. And so we are looking at, let's see, this is the St. Paul Parish Catholic Bishop of Chicago, the corporation's sole legal title owner, the Archdiocese of Chicago. And the name at the bottom here is Danielle Meltzer Castle and Vetter Price. Those people here? Excellent. Okay. Okay, we can send it up. Okay, great. We will now hear a presentation by Daniel Kleiber of the commission staff summarizing, where are we here? Summarizing. Excuse me, summarizing the preliminary landmark recommendation for the St. Adalbert Parish Complex. Daniel, if you'd like to proceed.
Can you hear me okay? Good morning. Dan Kleiber with DPD. Sitting next to me are my coworkers, Matt Crawford and Eilish Tuffy is close by as well. I'm here today with an overview of the preliminary recommendation approved by the Landmarks Commission in August of 2023 for the landmark designation of the St. Adalbert Parish Complex located at 1622 to 1658 West 17th Street and 1633 to 59 West 16th Street. The St. Adalbert Parish Complex is located in the Lower West Side community area, Pilsen neighborhood, and 25th Ward. For orientation, the St. Adalbert Parish Complex consists of 4 buildings on a campus bounded on a city block between Marshfield on the east, Paulina on the west, 17th Street on the south, and 16th Street on the north. Specifically, the proposed landmark designation includes the 4 primary buildings on the campus. The church is right in the middle at 1636 to 40 West 17th Street, as represented by the red star. And just to the west of the church is the rectory at 1646 to 50 West 17th Street, as represented by the blue star. To the east is the convent at 1626 to 30 West 17th Street, which is the yellow star. And then the school is at 1641 West 16th Street to the north, or the green star. Please note there is one building that is excluded from the significant features, and that this is this 1-story accessory garage located north of the rectory, is indicated by the purple star. In August, the commission found that the St. Adalbert complex meets 4 criteria for Chicago landmark designation, including criterion 1 for heritage. The St. Adalbert complex is located in Pilsen, a neighborhood within Chicago's Lower West Side community area. This area near the south branch of the Chicago River began to develop when nearby infrastructure projects proved transformative for the Lower West Side. Construction of the Illinois and Michigan Canal, the Southwestern Plank Road, and the Burlington Railway drew in workers, primarily Irish and German immigrants at first, who settled in the area and began building homes and businesses. By the 1850s, the transportation connectivity of the area, along with abundant affordable land, made the area particularly well suited as an industrial, manufacturing, and distribution hub. Lumber yards, factories, grain elevators, stockyards, and breweries soon sprouted up near the Chicago River, bringing with them a great number of jobs. Chicago's population was growing exponentially in the late 1800s, and as waves of European immigrants flooded the city looking for work, many of them found it on the Lower West Side. In particular, Bohemian immigrants from the modern-day Czechia and Slovak Republic, formed a community in the area and established homes and businesses, including a restaurant called At the City of Pils, which gave the new neighborhood its now anglicized name of Pilsen. Around this time, Chicago began experiencing what would become a decades-long wave of immigration of ethnic Poles. Although initially Chicago's Polonia was concentrated on the northwest side, the population soon spread to other areas of the city, largely in pursuit of industrial employment. Due to its abundance of such jobs, Pilsen had by the 1870s its own well-established Polish enclave. Though Chicago's Polonia had successfully formed two of their own Roman Catholic parishes by 1872, both were located several miles away from the rapidly growing Polish community in Pilsen, who desired their own local church. As such, with the help of Bishop Thomas Foley, a new parish dedicated to St. Adalbert of Prague was founded in Pilsen in 1874. Typical of many congregations, the parish did not have many resources in the beginning, and it spent its first years worshiping in an unfinished substructure with a temporary roof and altar until they were able to erect a proper church and school building in 1884 along the east side of Paulina Street between 16th and 17th Streets. In 1904, Reverend Casimir Gronkowski was appointed pastor of the growing congregation. Born in Poland in 1873, Gronkowski immigrated to the United States at age 20 to study theology. He was ordained as a priest in 1897 and moved to Chicago, initially serving as pastor of St. Salomea Church before coming to St. Adalbert. He grew to be very well regarded and respected by the parish and greater Chicago Catholic community and remained at St. Adalbert for over 50 years until his death in 1957. During that time, he led much of the parish's early growth and years of prosperity. Dedicated to improving the church facilities, Gronkowski oversaw the construction of a still extant addition to the original school building in 1908, a simple three-story brick building that still stands now and serves the public school. Gronkowski then hired renowned and ecclesiastical architect Henry J. Schlacks to design a grand church. The cornerstone for the new church was laid in 1912 with much fanfare, including a celebratory parade around the neighborhood and a ceremony presided over by Archbishop Quigley. The Chicago Tribune reported that the church is to be one of the finest in Chicago. The new church and its adjoining rectory were completed in 1914 and dedicated on September 20th. At that time, another parade and an elaborate ceremony were held, with a reported 50,000 people in attendance at the event. St. Adalbert's majestic new home seemed suitable for such a thriving parish, which established itself as a center of Polish-American life and culture in Pilsen for many decades. In addition to its regular religious services, the church provided social, educational, and recreational opportunities for its congregants, who formed a multitude of clubs and organizations through the years. In addition, the church also frequently hosted visiting Polish dignitaries and invited the public to many cultural events, such as the Polish Week of Hospitality that was part of the 1933 Century of Progress World's Fair. The parish was an anchor for multiple waves of Polish immigrants and eventually their American-born children and grandchildren. At its peak, the parish had a membership of around 4,000 families, with over 2,000 students enrolled at St. Adalbert's School. In 1928, a three-story convent was constructed to the east of the church that could house up to 52 women. The convent would be the final building of the parish. By the mid-20th century, the Polonia in Pilsen had shifted from an immigrant community to mostly second and third generation Polish Americans who were more financially and culturally well established than their predecessors. Though this new Polonia still had ties to their heritage, the community gradually began dispersing. This outmigration increased in the years following World War II. At the same time, Mexican immigrants began moving to Pilsen, drawn to its affordable housing and job opportunities. As these new residents were Roman Catholic, many were also drawn to join the St. Adalbert Parish and continue the traditions of community, family, and faith. Indeed, like the immigrants that preceded them, Pilsen's Mexican-American residents possess a strong sense of cultural pride. In celebration of Mexican heritage, history, culture, and language, neighborhood leaders initiated festivals and celebrations of Mexican food, art, and culture throughout the decades. However, the addition of these new Mexican parishioners was vastly outpaced by the mass outmigration of the local Polish community. And by the 1970s, the congregation at St. Adalbert's had shrunk to 600 families, with only 200 students enrolled at its school. and extensive repairs needed to keep the complex functional. In 1974, the Archdiocese of Chicago announced plans to close St. Adalbert and merge the parish with nearby St. Vitus. Through protests and letter writing campaigns, the parish community pleaded with officials to spare their parish and rallied to raise funds for renovations. After successfully fending off closure of their church, St. Adalbert began taking steps to formally recognize the Mexican heritage of its parishioners. The church initiated a weekly Spanish language mass and dedicated a new shrine to Our Lady of San Juan de los Lagos. St. Adalbert was also one of 8 neighborhood parishes that brought the Mexican tradition of Via Cruces to Pilsen. This elaborate reenactment of the Way of the Cross, culminating with a procession down city streets, has drawn crowds to Pilsen every Good Friday since 1977. However, the number of parishioners at St. Adalbert continued to wane into the 21st century, and in 2016, the Archdiocese of Chicago once again announced that the St. Adalbert Church would be closed. The final Mass at St. Adalbert was celebrated on July 14, 2019, and was conducted in English, Polish, and Spanish. In addition to heritage, the Commission found that the St. Adalbert complex meets criterion 4 for architecture. The crown jewel of the St. Adalbert complex is its Henry J. Schlacks designed church at the center of the cohesive campus. The church's distinctive south-facing front facade is dominated by 185 feet high symmetrical bell towers. Each features frosted glass clocks, 2 bracketed cornices supporting decorative arcaded openings, and 4 pediments below a copper cupola crowned by a cross. These towers flank either side of the central portion of the building, which has a grand portico entryway with 7 doorways evenly spaced between 8 smooth columns with Corinthian capitals. The columns support a stone architrave, which is topped by a row of arcaded clerestory windows. Above this, the facade is set back slightly so it is flush with the lower entryway's exterior wall, with a prominent rose window with stone detailing that is centered between 4 Corinthian pilasters and capped with a bracketed cornice and ornate pediment with a carved medallion depicting the Virgin Mary and Jesus Christ. This main facade is primarily constructed of cream-colored pressed brick with cream and rose-colored granite, limestone, and terracotta details throughout. The remaining elevations of the church are clearly intended as secondary facades. They have relatively few details apart from some stone arcade windows. The cream-colored brick continues throughout the exterior on all elevations. The St. Adalbert Rectory was constructed in conjunction with the adjacent church building, and as such was designed by Schlacks in a complementary, simplified Renaissance Revival style. It is a 3-story building with a raised basement, all clad in the same cream and rose-colored pressed brick, granite, limestone, and terracotta as the church building. The most notable feature of the south-facing primary facade is its pedimented entry, which is supported by bracketed columns with matching stone pilasters on the exterior wall. A stone balustrade staircase connects this raised first-floor entrance to the sidewalk. The roof is flat, with simple terracotta coping with a decorative terracotta belt course below. Similar terracotta blocks surround all the front facade windows, with some split by engaged columns with composite capitals. The remaining elevations of the rectory are clearly intended as secondary facades, the only notable details being terracotta lintels and 2 small open porches connected to the first floor, one on the east facade and one on the north, both with copper roofs. The cream-colored brick continues throughout the exterior on all elevations. The St. Adalbert Convent building was constructed in 1928 to house the nuns of the parish who operated the parish school. It was designed by architect Paul N. Duca in a simple interpretation of the Renaissance Revival style, which blends harmoniously with the existing church and rectory to its west. It is a 3-story building with a raised basement. Like its adjacent parish buildings, it is clad in cream-colored pressed brick with cream terracotta details. The massing of the building is articulated by slightly recessed sections on either end and an additional, more deeply recessed section at the far west of the building. The south-facing primary facade has a raised first-floor entrance with decorative terracotta molding surrounding the doorway. Just above the first floor, there is an ornamental terracotta cornice that runs across the central section of the building, while above the third floor, there is a larger dentil terracotta cornice that spans all the way across the first recessed sections on both sides. The roof is flat, with a very simple terracotta cornice and diamond pattern ornamental masonry below. The rectangular windows on all floors are symmetrical and have simple terracotta sills and flat masonry arches. The 5 windows on the second floor of the central section of the building are unique in that they are comprised of rectangular panes of colorful art glass and round panes depicting religious symbology. These second floor windows are surrounded by round masonry arches with masonry spandrels and keystones, with the center window featuring a cross medallion in place of the standard keystone. The deeply recessed section at the far west end of the building has an additional entrance that is situated mid-level between the basement and first floor. Rounding out the complex, the St. Adalbert School building was constructed in 1908 as an unattached expansion of a then adjacent school building that is no longer extant. The architect designer of this existing school building is unknown. It is a 3-story building with a north-facing primary facade clad in red pressed brick with yellow pressed brick ornamentation. The far east and west ends of the first floor each have a slightly raised limestone entryway topped with scrolled corbels and a stone cross finial. All 3 floors have simple symmetrical rows of windows with limestone sills. The massing of the building is articulated by 2 slightly recessed sections on either end. The remaining elevations of the school are clearly intended as secondary facades. They have little to no detailing and are clad in common brick. The commission also found that St. Adalbert meets criterion 5 as the work of a significant architect. Architect Henry John Schlacks was born in Chicago in 1868. He studied architecture at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and trained as a drafting apprentice at the renowned Chicago architectural firm of Adler and Sullivan before traveling to Europe, studying different styles of religious architecture across the continent. Upon his return to Chicago in 1891, Schlacks started an architectural firm with Henry Ottenheimer, a former co-worker from Adler and Sullivan. Though in their early years, Schlacks and Ottenheimer designed all manner of buildings, from small-scale residences to sprawling industrial complexes, Schlacks soon found his niche designing Catholic churches and their associated parish buildings, as well as schools, hospitals, and residences. Schlacks also taught at Notre Dame University, where he's credited as one of the founders of the school's architecture program. By 1897, Schlacks had established himself as a specialist of Catholic architecture and left his firm to practice independently. In terms of individually designated Chicago landmarks, Schlacks was the architect for St. Gelasius Church, originally St. Clara, at 6401 South Woodlawn. Although Schlacks is most well known in Chicago for his ecclesiastical buildings for the Archdiocese of Chicago, his body of work also includes secular buildings in other churches throughout the country. At least 3 of Schlacks's buildings are individually listed in the National Register of Historic Places: Curtis Wright Aeronautical University Building in Chicago, Illinois, the Denver and Rio Grande Western Railroad Depot in Grand Junction, Colorado, and the Denver and Rio Grande Railroad Station in Salt Lake City, Utah, with countless others listed as contributing to National Register historic districts. Finally, the commission also found that St. Adalbert is a unique visual feature in the city of Chicago. The St. Adalbert complex encompasses half of a city block and includes a large-scale Renaissance Revival church with 2 185-foot towers surrounded by low-scale residential and commercial buildings. It has been a prominent and familiar visual feature of the Pilsen neighborhood for over a century. In addition to the landmark criteria, the commission found that St. Adalbert also meets the separate integrity criterion. The St. Adalbert complex possesses sufficient integrity to convey its historic architectural and cultural significance. The existing buildings of the St. Adalbert complex remain in their original location, and their setting within a low-rise residential neighborhood has stayed remarkably similar given their age. In more recent years, scaffolding was erected by the Archdiocese as part of its effort to maintain the church's facade and towers. Despite this, The buildings of the St. Adelbert complex have largely retained their original character-defining exterior features, materials, and overall design, and therefore sufficiently convey their historic significance. Again, the complex is located in the 25th Ward, and Alderman Byron Cicho Lopez has indicated his support for the designation. And again, in August, the commission recommended that the significant historical and architectural features of the building be preliminarily identified as all exterior elevations, including roof lines, of the 4 buildings that make up the St. Adelbert complex: the church, rectory, convent, and school buildings. Building interiors are excluded from these significant features. In addition, the single-story accessory building located north of the rectory is also excluded from the significant features. For the purposes of Section 2-120-740 of the Municipal Code governing the review of permit applications, the following additional guidelines shall also apply. The Commission's review of proposed work should ensure that the significant historic and architectural features of the exteriors and roof lines of the 4 buildings are preserved while allowing reasonable change and flexibility to meet new needs and accommodating future uses, including potential new construction on undeveloped portions of the parcel. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kleiber. This concludes the staff's presentation. Matt Crawford is sitting next to Mr. Kleiber, who also, they both help the the Commission on Chicago Landmarks, and both are here to take questions. Questions must relate to whether the proposed designation meets the criteria for landmark designation, which is very specific here. If you wish to ask a question, please state your name and whether you are the owner or in what capacity you represent the owner and the name of your company, if any. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kleiber. My pleasure. Mr. Kleiber, regarding the planning goals that you mentioned, is affordable housing one of the city's planning goals?
Thank you, Matt Crawford. I'll take that. You know, when we landmark buildings, we're really talking about that criteria, those criteria for landmark designation. Now, the commission doesn't really have purview of how a landmark building would be used or zoning. So that's really a separate question.
I understand. My question, though, relates to the statement made on the record concerning the final input from the department, from DPD, that the proposal supports the planning goals. That was a statement made on the record. And my question, maybe for Mr. Kleiber, is whether the availability and construction of affordable housing is one of the city's planning goals.
I also want to weigh in here to say that the questions that we're talking about here must relate to proposed designation and whether this property meets the criteria. We recognize that's an important issue, but what we're addressing here is specifically whether this is a building that meets that criteria.
I understand that, but one of the pieces of argumentation evidence put in the record in support of landmarking, and the final one called for by the ordinance, was whether or not the proposal meets planning goals. It actually is made a relevant factor in the determination. If you don't want to answer the question, that's fine. That's our question.
Well, that's true that the Department of Planning and Development Commissioner has to, as part of the Chicago landmark designation process, the Commissioner of DPD has to weigh in on the appropriateness of a landmark designation. And the Commissioner did indeed weigh in, and as part of the process. There is the report in the binder, but certainly the Commissioners felt that the designation was appropriate and aligned with city plans and goals.
Yes, I heard that, but my question was whether affordable housing is one of the city's planning goals.
For sure, indeed.
Is it or isn't it?
It is.
Thank you. That was my question. What is as part of your review of the property, did you do any evaluation of the physical condition of the church building?
We did not. We obviously, since 2014, when the scaffolding went up and when members of the congregation at the time began fundraising for the towers, it became clear that there was a structural issue, serious one. Obviously, the scaffolding made that clear, as well as a sidewalk canopy. That canopy over the sidewalk is to protect pedestrians from something falling off the building. So clearly, there is a structural issue, at least with the church.
Yeah, thank you. And in in the same regard, was any evaluation made of the physical condition of the convent on the property?
No,
The determination that the building meets the criteria for a Chicago landmark does rely in part on the appearance of the facade of the building, does it not?
correct.
So if the necessity of scaffolding permanently, if scaffolding were required to be on the building forever, would that influence one's evaluation of whether the facade of the building was worthy of being landmarked?
It's a hypothetical. I've never heard of scaffolding a building permanently. It was always the idea that the scaffolding was there temporarily until repairs and stabilization could be made. That was always our hope and
Of course.
understanding.
And as you pointed out, the purpose of the scaffolding is to protect public safety, correct?
Correct. Obviously, it's over the sidewalk. There's a canopy over the sidewalk.
Yeah. So the ability to ever remove the scaffolding would depend on the availability of funds to completely rebuild and repair those towers, wouldn't it?
Correct.
By the way, the portico of the building is terracotta, not stone, correct?
I'll defer to you, counsel. We could have gotten that wrong.
Mr. Schlax trained at Adler and Sullivan, but he didn't stay there, did he?
He did not.
So the work he did here at St. Adalbert was not from that famous firm, was it?
Not at all. It's clearly separate from anything that Louis Sullivan and Dankmar Adler was doing. I mean, they were progressives. This is traditional.
So traditional that it actually replicates a style that was rather common in Europe and in other places in the United States, doesn't it?
Renaissance revival.
There's nothing new or unique about the design of St. Adalbert's, is there?
It's
Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been about 25 minutes since I said that we would keep it quiet, as I only want to hear one person speaking at a time. Thank you very much.
new and unique is not a criteria. It's a great example of Renaissance revival.
So it's an example of an existing style.
It is, yeah.
He hasn't broken any ground here, though. You would agree with that?
No,
You would agree, right?
I would agree.
Yeah, thank you. Just to be clear. Is Henry Schlack studied in any great regard in architecture schools today?
I don't know. I didn't go to architecture school. I'm a historian. Maybe at Notre Dame, where he founded the program there.
Maybe,
Maybe.
you know?
I don't know.
You would agree with me that the fact that a building is attractive in and of itself would not make it landmark worthy, correct?
That's not a criteria for landmark designation.
Thank you. On the St. Albert site, the other buildings that were not designed by Mr. Schlacks, there's no claim that they're landmark worthy on account of who the architect was. Is that true?
No, that's
I'm
correct.
correct.
You are correct. So sorry, I'm not used to
No, it's
cross-
my phrasing of the question. I apologize.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, Duca designed the convent and we couldn't find any information about him. And we don't know who designed the school. I suspect it was Worthman and Steinbach, but we don't know.
And in your presentation, or in Mr. Kleiber's reading of the presentation, I didn't hear anything commenting on any special features or landmark-worthy characteristics of any of the buildings other than the church building and the rectory designed by Mr. Schlacks. Did I miss something?
Well, I think the idea is not just architecture, it's the idea when we designate religious buildings, if there's a complex that functioned as a unit, always the church is the primary building architecturally. Obviously, the fathers in the rectory and the many good women religious living in the convent, they dedicated their lives to service and poverty, and those buildings naturally had to reflect that mission and commitment.
Well, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last thing you said because of the noise from the gallery. I'm going to request, Mr. Hearing Officer, that if this doesn't stop you, remove these people.
I'm not removing anybody. I would like to, could you please repeat your answer? And please, I will come down a little bit harder if we have to keep stopping. That was only a few minutes since the last time.
Yeah, this will take forever, people, so if I could just talk and he can ask me the questions, that's appropriate.
Do you need the question again?
Yeah,
The question was that I didn't hear any commentary about the value or noteworthiness of any of the buildings on the property other than those designed by Mr. Schlacks.
yeah.
So what is the
yeah.
basis for
I
landmarking
mean,
those?
they're simpler for sure, and that's common in all the Catholic parishes. The churches, where the show is, but the other buildings, they're not throwaway buildings either. I mean, if you look at the rectory, and the convent, the unifying feature is the color, right? The white matte brick with the cream colored terracotta. Both of those buildings are clearly simpler, but again, they do have Renaissance revival touches and ornament to them, but they were meant to be simpler and more functional, given the mission of the men and women that lived and worked there.
So the rectory was designed by Mr. Schlacks, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. But as to the other buildings not designed by Mr. Schlacks, I didn't hear you point to any particular architectural features that made them landmark worthy. I did hear you say that it's because they're part of a complex just now.
Part of a
Is that the
complex.
basis for including them in the landmark
I
proposal?
think it's both, Dan, if you could pull up the convent slide. So there you go. All right, it's the white brick. You've got the cream colored terracotta. You've got the half round arch windows. You've got the classical revival frame around the door. You have a classical cornice. And it clearly reads as a convent building because the chapel would be on the second floor where the stained glass is. There's the cartouche with the cross, and then there's a ligature over the door in terracotta. I haven't been able to decipher its meaning, but the building is not, it's not a common building, but it clearly displays its function as a place for women religious.
Sure.
That
So I just
function is
heard you,
clear.
sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, so the function's clear. I mean, it's not just about the architecture here.
Understood. So I heard you describe the building as, and I, in all fairness, as a component of the campus and
Mhm.
its use. My question, which I think you've answered, I just want to be clear, is whether there's anything distinctive about the building in and of itself. And I'm hearing you say it's more the way it fits in with the buildings around it and its use than the actual design of the building. Is that fair?
That's fair.
I just want to return for a moment to the question I asked you about the scaffolding. I guess I was coming from the perspective of the integrity component.
Yeah.
When you addressed, or when Mr. Kleiber addressed integrity, it was from the point of view of whether the buildings had been changed. And I guess what I was driving at is, can the physical condition of a building itself work changes on a building that would compromise the integrity component?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will now take questions from I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Can you, first of all, you'll need to speak into the microphone. Yep.
I'm Danielle Meltzer Castle, an outside counsel working with the parish and Archdiocese. And I just have two more quick follow-up questions.
That's fine.
So Dan and Matt, oh, sorry, guys. Can you provide some insight and background as to when the city was undertaking the massive effort to create the Pilsen Historic District?
Yeah.
Why St. Adalbert was not included in the district? And this does relate to the criteria. I mean, why was it not worthy of consideration for the criteria and inclusion in the district?
Well, we knew in 2014 that there were issues with the building. 2016, the Archdiocese announced plans to close and merge with St. Paul's. Trying to think when Pilsen Historic District discussions started, but I think that was in 2019.
Well, it was ongoing for many years. I
Yeah,
don't mean
it
to
was
testify, I'll let
it
you.
was a long slog.
Mhm.
Why, your question is why was this building not included in the district? I think our focus in drawing that boundary was 18th Street and focusing on the residential core around 18th. You know, sometimes we have this saying in developing a district boundary, would we get to this building? How would we stretch the boundary to get to it? We felt it was a stretch from 18th. We'd have to take in that gas station and I think a few other non-contributing buildings. And the other issue with the district, a lot of buildings in a district on their own would never merit or meet the criteria for landmark designation. We knew that Adelberts certainly could be designated on its own, so there was no need to really stretch our boundary to include it. We thought that we should tackle this one separately. And we also were considering the issues, we were considering that the building was in play. So we wanted those things to become resolved before we got into a landmark discussion with the diocese.
I'm not following you exactly on that last point. What do you mean it was like in play and you want?
It was announced that it was going to be closed.
Mm-hmm.
That's, you know, that's a huge thing for a parish community. It's a huge
Absolutely.
thing for the archdiocese to go through. We didn't feel it was appropriate to bring a landmark discussion on top of that.
And do you think that process is now resolved so that landmarking right now is appropriate?
One of the things that emerged in the whole Pilsen district discussion was that the alderman's constituents said, we don't want a landmark district in Pilsen. Why don't you landmark St. Adelbert's? And that's the constituent pressure from that really brought to bear.
So we're talking about the criteria today
Mhm.
and the application of the criteria and this overall marking process because of the concerns of 25th Ward constituents.
The commission initiated landmark designation based on the criteria for landmark designation.
Oh, for sure. I hear you loud and clear, but there was definitely a decision on when to do it.
When to do it, that, you know, was, I mean, you couldn't miss it in the newspapers of the discussion around the Pilsen district. In September 2019, there was a coverage in the newspaper about the request the alderman sent a letter to DPD asking to begin the landmark designation. That was September 2019. November 2020, Commissioner Cox, who was then head of DPD, was trying to recover the Pilsen Landmark District. He was going to the community, he was holding meetings, and the people were telling him, we don't want a landmark district, we want you to do Adelberts, and he committed to do that. In November 2020, that was reported in the Tribune that Commissioner Cox agrees to start work on the designation report. That's just the preparation of the report. That takes time.
Right.
So that occurred, that was reported in the press.
I don't want to overstep the process, and we are going to have our opportunity to, do our direct presentations. So I'll stop there, but I do hope that through this dialogue, we're going to come back to some of these really important questions.
I expect we will.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now actually, before we go into the next part, I want to mention I got a few more of the party status request forms. I want to read them into the record here. We have Miguel Charon. We have, not that one. Actually, I have two from Miguel, from Mr. Charon. I'm assuming this is the same one. They have different addresses on here, but there's one entity. Okay, I'm going to make that assumption. Daniel Roman. Andres Sotelo, Ryan Clements, and Jesus Sharon. We'll now take questions from any parties, which include the names I just mentioned here, who are not owners or the owners' representatives to whom I have granted party status. Please state your name and the organization or legal entity that you represent. Does anybody from any of these parties that I just mentioned have questions for Mr. Crawford? How about this? If any of these names I just mentioned, these people are in the room, please identify yourself and let me know if you do not want to ask any questions. That way I'm not just moving on. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chacon. Anybody else? Fantastic. All right. We will now have presentations by parties to whom I have granted party status. I want to remind everyone at this time that the Commission's rules and regulations strictly limit presentations at this designation hearing to information relevant to whether the proposed designation meets the criteria for landmark designation set forth in the municipal code. Presentations may include a statement, documents, photographs, and testimony from witnesses. Presentations should not include information relating to zoning concerns, permit applications, or potential economic hardship. The focus must be on the landmark criteria. If I determine that information presented is not relevant to the landmark criteria, I will exclude such information from the record. Should any presentations include testimony from witnesses, then other parties, commission staff, and I may question the witnesses. All right. I will now hear presentations from those parties in support of the landmark designation. Who's going to be? All right. Seeing as that there are no parties speaking in support, we will move on to the next section. We will now hear from those parties in opposition to the landmark designation. All right. You want to begin? Okay, great. Thank you.
Is my mic on? Sure. I'll repeat for the record. My name is Danielle Meltzer Castle. I'm with the law firm of Vedder Price, and I was retained in sort of midwinter, a few months, I think, after the September proceedings, to assist the owners, the legal owners, the beneficial owners of the St. Adalbert property.
You may continue.
And sure, and we'll have, it can get really confusing. Who is the archdiocese? Who is the parish? What is the Catholic bishop role? And I actually think that confusion in a lot of ways is at the heart of what's become such a contentious issue. And so I am really hoping that you will allow, as relevant to the criteria, the testimony of Bishop Lombardo, who's here today to explain the closure decision and who these various entities are. So hopefully you will allow that. So again, I'm Danielle. To my right is Jim Gioli, who is outside counsel himself for the Archdiocese for many years, is now with the Archdiocese, and George Kissel, who I think is very well known to the city as a renowned land use planning expert, and Bishop Lombardo to his right. And then we have Raul. We'll do all the formal names and such, but Raul, who is a parishioner at St. Paul and a member of their finance committee, and Denise, also a parishioner. And then behind me, oh yeah, Emily Cortina, also a petitioner and very involved in the social missions that St. Paul tries to carry out, and Donna Graves, Mary Gonzalez, both wonderful individuals in their own right, but also daughter and mother. Let's see, we have Father Michael Enright, and we are the two gentlemen, just to identify them, though we're not expecting they would speak, are Gary Ansier and Eric Wallen, also with the Archdiocese. Okay, so I really would just like to make a very few preliminary remarks and then get to the real substance here of the criteria.
Mhm.
And but at the same time, to give guideposts to everybody about what we're planning to talk about. George is going to give a report regarding the criteria specifically. Bishop Lombardo is going to speak to the identity of these various entities, sort of how we got here. And the balance of our speakers are going to talk, and I hope you will allow it, about the impacts of applying the criteria. And I want to be very clear that the decision to turn down the Pilsen Historic District was not done because the district did not meet criteria. At the alderman's urging, it was turned down because of the burdens that would be put on property owners, or the perceived burdens, and the impacts of a landmarking decision ruled the day when many people were, property interests were at stake. I don't think an individual property owner deserves less consideration than a large number of property owners. And so I truly hope you will allow our testimony to touch on those impacts, but we will be mindful of your direction. And here's the last thing I want to say before I turn it over to George. I have worked for 28 years as a transactional lawyer in the city of Chicago. I am not a litigator, and they hired me. I do transactional real estate. This is not to like brag on my resume. I just want to explain my approach. I do transactional real estate between private parties. I know what it means to buy and sell a property and have conditional sales contracts and try to redevelop historic properties, worked on many. Secondly, I'm a land use and zoning attorney. I understand the process of plan developments and entitlements in the city of Chicago. And the third thing I do is economic development incentives, including TIF and tax credits. And I understand that piece. So when they hired me, when they engaged me, those are the three perspectives not the only three perspectives, but three perspectives that I brought to this. And because I was new, other than having followed this in the news for years as a citizen and lifelong Chicagoan and just following with great interest, I tried to understand, dig down, how did we get here? And you could hear my questions for Matt and Dan. How did we get here? And I want to say, although you know who I'm representing, that I understand 100% why the Landmark Commission voted the way they did in September. And here is why. Because I watched every minute of the videos of the August, this and September, that, period of time. I watched the videos. And what was before you? What was before you was an alderman very passionately and articulately campaigning for the alderman. I'm sorry, campaigning for the landmarking. You had a favorable staff report. You had the then commissioner of DPD writing a 2-page letter that constituted him saying, though George is going to talk about this, saying that landmarking was consistent with city policies. And then you heard from so many members in the audience, 100% other than Mary, in favor of the landmarking. I understand why that preliminary decision was made, and I am not trying to second guess it. None of us are. But this is a different proceeding and a different day, and you will understand if you allow us to fully testify why it takes incredible bravery, personal bravery, for many of these people to be sitting next to me and behind me and to actually speak up on behalf of St. Paul Parish and what they have had to endure. And it also explains why a lot of people who also oppose the landmarking cut out at the last minute in the last 24 hours because they felt personally intimidated and uncomfortable about being here. So I just want to say today is a different day. Today, you as the hearing officer, and next month, the full land commission, Landmark Commission being able to review a complete record, are going to have the benefit of the dialogue between what Matt and Dan have researched, but also what George brings to the table. And you're also going to hear other voices. You're going to hear the voices of, if I can hearken back to what Matt just said, you are going to hear the voices of 25th Ward constituents, real live people. There is no monopoly, as was presented last fall, on who is the community. It is more diverse. There are members of community who want this landmarked. There are also members of the community that do not want this landmarked. And that's what I really hope will come across today if you allow us to fully present. And given the nature of testimony that was allowed in August, I think it would be extremely unfair to not allow us, the property owners, and the people who are actually bearing the burden of carrying this property while its sale and redevelopment is being prevented, to have the same courtesy extended to them, and that you provide the same amount of leeway to them today as was given in August. Thank you.
Thank you very
George?
much. Who are we going to hear from next? Please state your name and your role.
Our first witness is our expert, Mr. Kissel.
Thank you, Mr. Kissel. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Dan, if you could advance the slide, I believe 2 times, one more. Thank you. Good morning. My name is George Kissel. I'm the president of Okrent Kissel Associates with offices at 141 West Jackson in Chicago. I'm a licensed architect and a certified planner with over 42 years of experience. I've testified on a broad range of matters related to urban planning, including zoning, land use, and historic preservation. I've been accepted as an expert in the courts of Cook, Lake, DuPage, and Will counties, and regularly appear before administrative review boards such as this one throughout the region. My firm was engaged through the Archdiocese of Chicago for the amalgamated St. Paul, St. Adalbert, and St. Anne Parish, the beneficial owner of the subject property, to review several documents submitted to this body on this matter and to evaluate the subject property with regard to the criteria for designation as a City of Chicago landmark. Cutting right to the chase, while the subject property arguably has value as an example of city heritage, as do countless other properties in the city, it is not rational or defensible to say that this particular subject property and buildings collectively represent exemplary architecture, or is the work of a significant architect, or has a distinctive physical presence or appearance. Next slide, please. So I'm going to move on to a little bit more detail on a discussion of the criteria. If we can move to the next slide. Sorry, criteria 4, of course, is the question of whether the subject property is an exemplification of an architectural type or style distinguished by innovation, rarity, uniqueness, or overall quality of design, detail, materials, or craftsmanship. With respect to whether or not the buildings on the subject property represent exemplary architecture, it should be clear by visual inspection that 3 of the 4 buildings on the site are pedestrian and ordinary and are not distinguishable from thousands of other buildings in the city. Any rational evaluation would come to the conclusion that they are not distinguished by innovation, rarity, uniqueness, or overall quality of design, detail, materials, or craftsmanship. With respect to the church building, we do have an example of a national parish church rendered in Polish cathedral style. In order to evaluate that structure, we have to view it not alone, but in the context of other ecclesiastic architecture of the same era, and specifically other national parish churches and other Polish cathedral style examples. So I'm going to run through a few visual examples of that to kind of set what the context is here. If I could have the next slide, please. We'll start with Second Presbyterian Church, completed in 1872 at 1926 South Michigan by Howard Van Doren Shaw and James Renwick Jr. This Gothic structure is rendered in rusticated stone with detailing and a high degree of articulation. Note the vertical arched openings and buttresses, along with the detail at the stone arch at the belfry, and the use of statuary to convey meaning. Next slide, please. Next, we have Fourth Presbyterian Church from 1914 at Michigan Avenue in Chestnut by Ralph Adams Cram and Howard Van Doren Shaw. Another highly textured Gothic structure rendered in cut stone. Note the level of articulation and detail at and above the entry and atop the bell tower, and especially the statuary at the top of the belfry shown in the detail. Next slide, please. Here we have the Church of the Epiphany from 1881 at Ashland and Adams by Burling and Whitehouse. Another highly textured, rusticated stone structure, this time in Romanesque styling. Note the detailing at the bell tower again with bundled columns and capital details. Next slide, please. Here we have First Presbyterian Church at 1927, from 1927 at Kinbark and 64th by Talmadge and Watson. Another Gothic structure rendered in cut stone. Note the highly textured stone detailing at and above the entry, at the roof lines, and especially at the bell tower with the use of relief statuary. Of note of these four examples, and there are hundreds of other examples similar in this level of detail and this level of quality throughout the city. Of note is the fact that these are all rendered in stone with highly articulated elevations, replete with stone detailing at the entrances, around fenestration, and on the bell towers. They all occupy prominent corner locations and all display similar articulation, attention to detailing, and use of high-quality materials on all of their elevations. So now we're going to shift and take a look at some examples of national parish churches, and particularly Polish cathedral-style churches. We could have the next slide, please. So here we have St. Michael's Church in Old Town, finished in 1887 for German national parish. In this Gothic structure, we see highly textured brick and stonework on the elevations, particularly at the entry and above. If I could have the next slide, please. Here we have St. Stanislaus Kostka, the Polish Mother Church, completed in 1881 on Noble Street in Polish downtown by Patrick Charles Keeley. We have a brick and stone structure rendered in Renaissance Baroque style, an example of Polish cathedral style. Again, a very high level of detailing and articulation, particularly at the entry portico and the pediment above. Next slide, please. Finally, we have St. Mary of the Angels Church from 1887 at 1850 North Hermitage, again in Polish downtown by Worthman and Steinbach. Another Polish cathedral-style structure with richly detailed elevations and elements such as domes, statuary, and a grand entry portico. What we find in comparison is that St. Adalbert pales to those churches of the same time period or style. It is not as richly detailed, and it's rendered in less expensive and less durable materials such as brick and terracotta. If I could have the next slide, please. In addition, unlike other examples, St. Adalbert is only rendered on its south elevation, with the rest of the building being devoid of detail or articulation. Compare with St. Mary of the Angels or St. Paul, which are fully rendered on all sides. As a result, when viewed in this context, St. Adalbert is not distinguished by innovation, rarity, uniqueness, or overall quality of design when considered in context to its contemporaries. If I could have the next slide, please. In addition, and this was touched on a little bit earlier, the church exterior has deteriorated to such a degree that scaffolding and barricades are required to protect the public. Because of this, any ability to convey potential historic, community, architectural, or aesthetic interest or value is indeed severely compromised. As a result, in my opinion, in this state, it fails to meet the integrity criteria required for consideration as a Chicago landmark. We could have the next slide, please. So now we're going to move on to the next criteria, which has to do with whether the work is of an architect, designer, engineer, or builder whose individual work is significant in the history or the development of the city of Chicago, the state of Illinois, or the United States. Of the four principal structures on the subject property, as mentioned earlier, only two were designed by Henry J. Schlocks. The architect for the school building is unknown, and the convent building was designed by a relatively unknown architect. Empirically, those two buildings did not satisfy the criteria of being the work of an architect, designer, engineer, or builder whose individual work is significant. Regarding Henry J. Slacks, the architect of the church building and the rectory building, he was known as an ecclesiastic architect and practiced primarily within that relatively narrow niche. His style was imitative, working in the various styles of the time, as did many other architects of his era. When evaluated in the context of Chicago architecture during the late 19th century and early 20th centuries, with giants such as Louis Sullivan, Daniel Burnham, John Wellborn Root, William LeBaron-Jenney, John Halliburd, and Frank Lloyd Wright, to name just a few, Mr. Schlacks, while a competent and capable practitioner, cannot be considered as having similar influence. Next slide, please. And while this is loading, I want to thank Dan Claver for helping out with this. I appreciate that. Furthermore, the Schlacks buildings on the subject property cannot be considered among his more recognized works, such as the examples on the screen, St. Paul, St. Ida, or even St. Gelasius, which has been landmarked. Schlacks, while certainly competent and capable of designing structures in a variety of styles, does not qualify as a significant architect under Criterion 5. Next slide, please. Okay, we're going to address finally Criteria 7, which has to do whether the subject property is a unique location or has a distinctive physical appearance or presence representing an established and familiar visual feature of a neighborhood, community, or the city of Chicago. When we think of the city, we sometimes focus on its skyline and the high-rise nature of the central area and the lakefront. Fact of the matter is, the vast majority of the city, over 85% of its area, is low-rise. Absolutely every church spire towers above the low-rise fabric of the city's neighborhoods. This alone does not constitute a distinctive presence. The distinctive presence arises when a combination of siting, location, and visibility produces a situation that is out of the ordinary. The very meaning of distinctive is that something has a quality or characteristic that distinguishes it from others. We could have the next slide, please. In the context of Criteria 7, examples of a distinctive physical or visual presence would include structures such as the Chicago Board of Trade building at the terminus of LaSalle Street, Dearborn Station at the southern terminus of Dearborn Street, or even Northwest Tower at the six-corner intersection of Damon and North. These all display unique combinations of siting, location, and prominence. We can have the next slide, please. St. Adalbert is located mid-block at the northern extremity of the Pilsen neighborhood, adjacent to a massive elevated rail yard, and displays none of the qualities that would distinguish it as a distinctive visual presence from one of the many other churches in the city of Chicago. As a result, it fails to satisfy Criteria 7. And I'm going to speak just a little bit again about consistency with local and citywide planning policies. With respect to local planning initiatives, several documents, including the Pilsen Quality of Life Plan, Pilsen Smart Community Plan, among others, all place very high priority on creating and preserving affordable housing. Other relevant initiatives include the city's Affordable Requirements Ordinance and the related Pilsen Little Village Pilot Area Program, again, indicating a high priority on increasing the number of affordable housing units. Subject property also qualifies as a transit-served location, as it's within 500 feet of the CTA Pink Line 18th Street Rapid Transit Station. The city's Equitable Transit-Oriented Development Ordinance and the recent Connected Communities Ordinance create incentives that place priorities for increased density and affordable housing near transit. The policy of increased density and housing near transit has been at the forefront of economic development policy in the city for more than a decade. In a situation where consistent local and citywide planning efforts over the last 2 decades indicate a priority to create additional affordable housing, and in an area where developable property meeting those criteria is scarce, landmarking the entirety of a more than 2-acre site should be looked at and considered carefully. Each of the rectory building, the convent building, and the church building are seriously deteriorated, with costs estimated to be over $4 million in 2012 dollars in order to repair and stabilize those structures. Adaptive reuse of both the rectory, the convent building, both have significant challenges in providing ADA compliant access and creating any semblance of an efficient floor plan for configurations for affordable housing. The configuration of the church building itself makes it nearly impossible for adaptive reuse for affordable housing in any efficient manner with adequate light and air, given its dimensions and fenestration, which would be difficult and costly to modify even if it could be permitted after being designated as a Chicago landmark. Landmarking the entirety of the church, rectory, and convent buildings would also limit the amount of developable area on the site available under zoning, further reducing potential density for efficient, affordable housing product. In general, the city of Chicago, like most cities, faces significant challenges in funding programs and essential services such as police, fire, and schools. As a result, maintaining and increasing its real estate tax base is embedded in its policies regarding planning and development. This purpose is also embedded in both the city's ordinance and explicitly stated in Section 212583 of Chicago Landmarks Ordinance, indicating one of its purposes is to preserve the character and vitality of neighborhoods and the central area, to promote economic development through rehabilitation, and conserve and improve the property tax base in Chicago. In situations where a proposal to landmark structures or districts has the potential to freeze an existing condition that is either significantly below the volume of development otherwise permitted by zoning, or includes structures that are physically incompatible with redevelopment in an economically viable manner consistent with relative planning principles, questions should be raised. In the case of the subject property, landmarking a church structure which has limited utility for adaptive reuse and bestowing the same constraints on relatively nondescript, deteriorated structures that also present significant challenges for efficient redevelopment should, in my opinion, not have garnered a positive recommendation from the Department of Planning and Development. I'm going to wrap it up now. In conclusion, it's my firm's professional opinion that the subject property meets only one criteria for landmarking and should not be recommended by the Landmarks Commission for designation as a Chicago landmark. In addition, the effect of designating the subject property as a Chicago landmark will install significant obstacles to redevelopment consistent with established planning initiatives and policies of the city of Chicago, and therefore conflicts with those plans and initiatives. One final note. Chicago's Landmarks Ordinance prohibits designation of religious structures used for worship. The spirit of that provision was drafted to make sure that land use regulations do not impinge on the rights to free exercise of religion. However, that provision also provides that once a religious structure is no longer used for worship, it loses that exemption. That clause, when drafted, likely did not consider the nuance of parish closings and consolidations. As you'll soon hear in greater detail from Bishop Lombardo, when Roman Catholic Archdiocese churches are closed and parishes consolidated, the assets and the liabilities of the closed parish transfer with the congregation to the newly consolidated parish. Disposition of the closed property can be critical to the ability of a consolidated parish to pay off any liabilities and eliminate the burden of costs associated with maintaining the closed property. Impeding the sale and/or redevelopment of religious properties in that context may be considered as interfering with the free exercise of religion. And with that, I'll turn it over to.
Sorry, George.
Yes.
I think that one piece of your professional review that is in the report, and first I want to admit into evidence, if you will allow it, George's professional report. And we've provided electronic copies and hard copies this morning.
That was the next thing I was going to say. It's
Thank you.
officially on the record as Exhibit 1.
Thank you very, very much. There's a piece of the expert report that I think there should also be a little oral discussion of today, and that is the DPD report, because it is under the municipal code a requirement to us being here today and at this stage in the process. That's section 2120-640. The report is 5 paragraphs long, so it's not going to take very long to talk about it. George, do you have a copy of it handy? Do you want my copy of it? Okay, so just in a nutshell, is it correct that the second paragraph describes the physical location just by streets, the
Yes.
boundaries, and that it wraps up that paragraph by saying it has been a community pillar?
Yes.
Does you, as a very long in the tooth land planner, long in the tooth real estate attorney. What does community pillar mean specifically? Is
Uh,
there,
I don't have a specific definition for that.
okay, does the next paragraph talks about the fact that it's located in an overall area that has National Register of Historic Place recognition.
Yes,
Is that in and of itself the basis for satisfying a criteria for landmarking?
no, not
And
necessarily.
it's honorary, it doesn't carry restrictions on it?
That's correct. There's a vast difference between National Register designation and local landmark designation, as you know, everyone here on in landmarks knows.
Okay, so of the total of 5 paragraphs that constitute the DPD report, that by municipal mandate is supposed to address any city planning consideration. We're almost done with the second paragraph.
Are we going to
Um,
go through every paragraph of this?
No, I'm
Okay.
not going to read it.
Thank
I
you.
just want to have for the record what is actually in these 5 paragraphs. And the second paragraph, does it talk about the property or does it talk about the Pilsen Historic District?
And I'll pause for just a second because this information is in fact in your report. So everything that's in the report is officially on the record, whether we're talking about it here or not. So in the interest of time, I'd like
Absolutely.
to-
This is going to be really fast. Okay. Third paragraph, he talks about the 18th and Peoria
I'm gonna let-
Development Framework Plan. Is that about this subject property?
No, no. it is not.
Okay, and finally, this is it.
Okay.
This is it. They talk about exploring an expansion of the TIF district. Is that specifically relating to the property?
It's not anything that has been codified or moved beyond a conversation stage, so.
Okay,
it's
so
not clear.
that was the sum analysis from DPD on any planning consideration that should be taken into account by the Landmark Commission. Okay,
Thank you very
thank
much.
you.
In the interest of time and process, here's what's going to happen next. We are going to have all witnesses speak with questions at the end. This will keep things moving along for a very long hearing. If anybody has exhibits among these witnesses that they would like to have on the record, please say it up front so I can read it into the record and get it recorded. And then we'll proceed down the line.
And
So
for efficiency's sake, every one of our exhibits is encompassed in Exhibit 1.
Thank
It
you
has
very
all
much.
been consolidated in a single document, including the witness testimony, the reports, the letters, the petitions.
noted and appreciated.
Thank you.
Excellent. Bishop Lombardo, I believe you are up next.
Good morning, Dzień dobry, buenos dias, and thank you very much for this opportunity to present this morning. My name is Bishop Robert Lombardo. I was ordained as a Catholic priest and a member of the Franciscan Friars of the Renewal in 1990. In 2020, I was ordained as a bishop, now serving as an auxiliary bishop in the Archdiocese of Chicago. In the Archdiocese, I am what is called an Episcopal Vicar, which means that I have the pastoral responsibility for one of the 6 geographical portions of the Archdiocese known as vicariates. So specifically, I am the Episcopal Vicar of Vicariate 3, which includes St. Paul Parish and also includes the now closed St. Adalbert's Parish. That means that I have the direct pastoral responsibility, not just for the entity, St. Paul Parish, but also for the spiritual needs of all of its parishioners. And just a little bit of background. The party with the real interest in this proceeding is St. Paul Parish. St. Paul is the successor parish to the closed St. Adalbert's Parish. When St. Adalbert's was closed, its parishioners and its assets were consolidated with St. Paul's, which became a larger, more sustainable parish. As I will discuss more at length, the future vitality of St. Paul's depends on its ability to fully utilize all of the resources it owns, including the assets of the closed St. Adalbert's Parish. Legally, the reason St. Paul's is the party is that it is the beneficial owner of the St. Adalbert property. The Archdiocese of Chicago is organized by statute as the Catholic Bishop of Chicago, a corporation sole under Illinois law. Under the statute and under the bylaws of the corporation, the Catholic bishop holds legal title to the property of the parishes, but only does so in trust for its parishes. Therefore, when a parish is closed, the assets are held in trust for the parishioners who will then be associated with the new parish. Once that happens, the Catholic bishop holds the assets in trust for the new parish. Thus, the Catholic bishop holds legal title to the St. Adalbert property in trust for the parishioners of St. Paul Parish. Now, St. Adalbert Parish was first created not as a church building, but as a community of Catholic faithful who wanted to worship as a community parish in the Archdiocese of Chicago. The faithful formed a group and collected funds to show that they could maintain a sustainable parish, and our then Archbishop made an essentially religious decision to bring the ministry of the church to this group of faithful by forming a new parish. That was a canonical, if you will, church law act, an act in accordance with the church's code of canon law. The parish exists as what we call a juridic person under canon law. Once the church recognizes a parish, it has a special separate existence under canon law, and it exists unless it is closed. Our technical word is suppressed in accord with canon law. The process of closing a parish is complex and faith-driven. I say it is faith-driven because it reflects the decision ultimately by the Archbishop that closing a particular parish best serves the faith mission of the church, the Archdiocese, and even the parishioners of the parish that is being closed. Again, this is an essentially religious decision made by the church to further its ministry in the way the church believes will best serve the people of God. Just to give you the flavor of the process, we started by considering our core mission of bringing people to Jesus Christ. We have parishes so that people can encounter Christ through the celebration of the sacraments and enjoy the fellowship of a parish community. We choose to create parishes where we think we can best meet those needs. Part of this task includes ensuring that all the faithful have access to a parish, to a community of faith, and to the requisite number of clergy to celebrate the sacraments. So to state the obvious, this means that we have to consider whether a proposed new parish will be sustainable, both in membership numbers and in financial support, before such approval is given. Similarly, when it becomes clear that a parish is not sustainable, we need to use the same principles to determine what is best for the parishioners. For example, the population of the Pilsen neighborhood has decreased significantly in recent decades, leaving far fewer potential parishioners to support the parishes. Obviously, such a drop in numbers requires a consolidation so that the resulting parish can sustain itself. What many people don't realize is that in a world of very limited resources, keeping a non-sustainable parish afloat comes at the expense of other parishes that could potentially be sustainable. In other words, from a mission perspective, a failure to close a non-sustainable parish actually puts at risk our larger mission of having any parishes at all to serve the needs of the faithful. That is why I say that, however painful it might be, and I recognize this is a painful experience for many people, closing a non-sustainable parish is actually in the best spiritual interest of the parishioners, because it will allow them to become parishioners of a more stable, more sustainable parish that will hopefully serve the needs of generations to come. I have no doubt that the people of St. Adalbert's were very sad to hear that their parish was being closed. But as the shepherd of this vicariate, it is my view that we are ministering to them more effectively and permanently at St. Paul's. In short, after due consultation with the faithful, the Archdiocese created St. Adalbert's in fulfillment of its religious mission, and again, after consultation with the faithful, closed St. Adalbert and strengthened St. Paul's in fulfillment of exactly the same religious mission. I have said that these were faith-driven decisions. I want to give another example of that which applies in this case. In the early 20th century, the American Catholic Church received millions of Catholic immigrants, primarily from Europe. Each of these immigrant groups spoke their own language, and each national group had a distinct way of worshiping within the church. To be sure, there was uniformity of doctrine and worship, but there were also cultural differences reflected in the liturgies and devotional practices. To serve the spiritual needs of these immigrants, the American Church established many national parishes, which were parishes based on nationality or ethnicity, rather than on geographical territory. Oftentimes, several national parishes coexisted in the same neighborhood, just blocks apart from each other. Thus, for instance, St. Adalbert came to be known as a Polish parish, offering masses in Polish in a neighborhood with 5 other churches, all in an area of 6 blocks. However, over time, immigrant populations assimilated and concentrations of immigrants moved out of the city neighborhoods into suburbs or dispersed throughout the city. Former neighborhoods defined by ethnicity became more pluralistic, and as a result of successive generations moving to other parts of the city. As a result, the Archdiocese found that in many places it had separate parishes only a block or 2 apart from each other, while in other areas we had no churches at all. Equally important, our concept of fellowship and worship has evolved over time, especially after the Second Vatican Council in the 1960s. We have come to believe in more inclusive, more universal church. Thus, it is far more consistent with our present beliefs to view a parish as a community of faithful of all backgrounds, worshiping together, rather than as small groups segregated by language or national origin. In fact, it is our belief that our universal Catholic faith is all that is needed to create a community of the faithful, irrespective of national origin. Thus, for all these reasons, dioceses in this country, including the Archdiocese of Chicago, have reduced or ultimately eliminated national parishes in favor of territorial parishes, consolidating so-called next-door churches into a single faith community. We maintain that this both increases sustainability and better reflects our religious beliefs. In the case of St. Adalbert's, the Archdiocese closed a non-sustainable Polish national parish that was located in a neighborhood where very few Polish people still live, in order to create instead an enlarged, sustainable territorial St. Paul parish to serve the spiritual needs of all who are in its territory. Quite frankly, the idea that the government, this landmark commission, or the city council thinks that it should second-guess these fundamentally religious decisions about how to effectuate Catholic ministry in Pilsen is an offense to our right of religious self-governance, and thus to our right to the free exercise of religion. Before I conclude, I want to say a word about the effort of the relatively small group of people who oppose the closure of St. Adalbert. This is a group of people, some of whom are descendants of original immigrants from Poland, but no longer live in the area. who were very disappointed by the decision to close St. Adalbert. That doesn't deny them a right to speak, but I think it is worth noting that they are placing their needs ahead of the actual former parishioners of St. Adalbert's, who are now the parishioners of St. Paul's, who were consulted and overwhelmingly supported the closing of the St. Adalbert Church. It is also important to note that this group has been opposing the measure for several years through many means. This landmarking proceeding is but the latest attempt to thwart the success of St. Paul's. Our understanding is that the group has enlisted the aldermen to their cause. That only makes it worse. I would think that the last thing the city would want would be to inject itself into an internal religious dispute within the Catholic Church. And just to be clear, the Catholic Church does offer an elaborate legal process by which parishioners can object to parish closures, going all the way to the Vatican and the Pope. This group has formally objected, and their appeals have been presented to and rejected at every level within the Church's appeal process, up to and including its highest authorities in the Vatican. Paraphrasing the United States Supreme Court, the government cannot substitute its judgment for that of the highest judiciatories of a hierarchical church on matters of faith and doctrine. Whether and where to have a parish is such a question, and it has been decided by our church. The city should thus stay out of what the Supreme Court called this religious thicket. The commission should not allow itself to be used as a weapon in an internal church dispute. In conclusion, the parishioners of St. Paul Parish include parishioners of the former St. Adalbert Parish. Their forebearers admirably contributed from their want to build St. Adalbert with the help of the Archdiocese. The needs of this Catholic community have changed over the last 100 years. The ministry of St. Paul's depends on being able to utilize all of its assets, including the former St. Adalbert's buildings. These assets belong to the parishioners of St. Paul's Parish and not to the general public, the city, the neighborhood, or the ward. The St. Paul's parishioners cannot be denied their right to use those assets for their spiritual well-being, for they are the spiritual descendants of the very people who built St. Adalbert's. Landmarking St. Adalbert's will prevent the parishioners of St. Paul from selling the property and using their own charitable assets for the religious purposes for which those assets were donated. It will threaten the sustainability of St. Paul Parish. It will thwart an essentially religious decision by the Church about how and where to provide Catholic ministry in Pilsen. It also will interfere with an equally religious decision about the elimination of national parishes in favor of territorial parishes. Finally, it will inject the city into an underlying, ongoing religious dispute between the present parishioners of St. Paul's, supported by the Archdiocese of Chicago, and a handful of former parishioners or descendants of parishioners who opposed closing St. Adalbert, a dispute over which the government has no jurisdiction and from which it must abstain. I urge the Commission to respect the right of the Church to determine for itself how best to marshal its scarce resources to serve the faithful and to choose where to have parishes. I urge the Commission not to landmark St. Adalbert and thereby not to cripple St. Paul's. I urge the Commission to recommend that St. Adalbert not be designated a church landmark. Thank you very much for your consideration.
All right. Bishop Lombardo. Bishop Lombardo, thank you for your grounded and thoughtful testimony. I do want to remind everybody, as we go through the rest of the witnesses, I'm going to go back to very stark language that I've said a few times already. We are going to stick as much as we can to information that is relevant to the proposed designation to meet the criteria for landmark designation in the municipal code. It is not, I'm not rejecting there's not a much broader story here. We all know that's why we're all here. However, for the sake of this hearing, we're going to stick as strictly to that as we possibly can. So with that, Mr. Serrato?
So long.
Mhm.
I'm just going to ask Paul, Raul, if you don't mind, I'm just going to ask you a couple very brief questions, yes, no, rather than you reading your statement. Is the statement attached, it says statement of Raul Serrato in opposition to landmarking former St. Adalbert property, that, is this your statement and included in the copy of the report?
It is.
Thank you very much. And as you state in the report, you're familiar both as,
I'm going to pause for 1 second
Oh,
because
sure.
we haven't actually said your name on the record,
Sure.
and we want to make sure we go in order here.
Sure. My name is Raul Serrato. That's Serrato.
Thank you, Mr. Serrato.
thank you. So you're, as you say in your statement, you're familiar with both St. Adalbert. You are currently a St. Paul parishioner. You served on the finance committee during the final years of St. Adalbert before its closure, and you are now on the finance committee of St. Paul.
That's correct.
And was the bishop correct in explaining the financial burdens that are borne by St. Paul as the current owner of the St. Adalbert property?
Yes, absolutely.
And is it also correct that carrying those maintenance costs month by month, year by year, it's now been 8 years, impedes your ability to practice your
I want to
religion?
pause for a second, and we said very explicitly at the beginning, while this is a broader story, financial burden, which is not what we're talking about here.
I understand, but you are,
I'm not looking for applause. I'm looking to make sure we're following the policy
Correct.
here so we can move along on time.
okay, so just as to economic hardship, are you a for-profit entity? No?
No,
you
it's
are
a
not.
nonprofit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Serrato, the floor is yours. And to make sure you're identified, you are representing the parish of St. Paul.
Correct.
Okay.
Do I?
No, we're done.
We're done?
So he doesn't have to do with him, so he doesn't have to do
Okay,
his statement.
I understand better.
Denise,
My-
I'm just trying to move things along.
We're moving these along. Okay,
quickly.
who is our next? Yes, please.
He's going to rely on his statement that's in the record.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other witnesses?
Yeah, Denise, you rely on your statement in the record? Yes. And does that statement reflect that you are of Polish heritage, the daughter of a Polish immigrant, and opposed to the landmarking of St. Adalbert's?
That is correct.
And that the landmarking status will not result in the church building ever being used as a place of Catholic worship again?
Correct.
Thank you. All right, next, Emily.
Before we move on next, we need your name.
Denise Chavez.
And you're here in which capacity?
I am a member of the St. Paul Parish.
Okay, as we move along, I want to make sure that happens first.
Okay, Emily, state your name for the record.
Emily Cortina,
Okay, so.
And who are you representing today?
member of St. Paul Parish.
Thank you.
Okay, so the main criteria, maybe the only criteria that this property satisfies, that's the basis for landmarking, is that it is the example of the architectural, cultural, economic, historic, social, or other aspect of the heritage of the city of Chicago, state of Illinois, or the United States. The report of the staff, the landmark staff, say that the importance of St. Adalbert is its importance as reflective of Polish heritage, of working class heritage, of social service and ministry. So here is my question for you. Does landmarking the St. Adalbert property versus cooperatively working with St. Paul to redevelop the site, is that promoting the heritage or hurting the heritage?
It's hurting the heritage.
Explain how it is hurting the heritage and the very purpose of criteria 1. Is it impeding the ability of St. Paul to continue the heritage of Catholic worship in Pilsen?
It is.
Is it impeding the ability of St. Paul to continue the social mission?
It is.
Okay, I'm done.
I'm going to remind everybody we are talking about a structure. Next person. Next person. Can you please call the next witness and have her state her name and her affiliation?
My name is Donna Graves. I am a resident of the 25th Ward, and I am the Director of Parish Vitality and Mission at St. Paul Church.
Thank you.
My family is deeply rooted in this community, and our children attend St. Anne's School, which was once a part of the now closed St. Anne Church. Because of both my professional and personal roles, I have a vested interest in the future of our neighborhood. I believe that I have directly witnessed and experienced the harms of this landmarking process that it is doing to our parish and our neighborhood. I want the city to understand these harms before making final recommendations and decisions about landmarking of the property. And I want to clear up the record of incomplete or false information that has been provided to the Landmark Commission in prior hearings. The first is, who is the community? The preliminary landmarking recommendation by the Landmark Commission late September was done after public hearings and meetings where basically every witness, other than my own mother, Mary Gonzalez, spoke in favor of landmarking. These witnesses repeatedly told the commission that they represented the singular community. The witnesses were clearly well-prepared and organized. Alderman Cincho Lopez and leaders from the Preservation Chicago and Landmarks Illinois apparently took their claims at face value, proud that they were championing a community cause. And maybe these witnesses believed their claims to be true. If so, they actually believe they are the only people of value, the only people whose perspectives matter, and the only true community relevant to this property. Please hear me when I tell you, there is more to the people of Pilsen, more to the 25th Ward residents, and more to our Catholic community than the witnesses you saw last. There are real and significant community stakeholders who deeply oppose landmarking of St. Adelbert property unless it is done in a way that advances an actual viable plan for the sale, restoration, and redevelopment of the site. At this current stage of the process, the stakeholders who feel this way are going to take a page from the landmarking proponents and try to express our views and communicate our very existence to the city. As you'll better understand by the end of hearing me out, communicating opposition to landmarking is literally an act of personal bravery. Copies of petitions explaining our concerns are attached, and there will be letters to come and testimony besides my own. I also have attached details of our own interactions with the aldermen about our own community interests and concerns. When the Landmark Commission made its preliminary decision, the commissioners had heard testimony from the current alderman, the former Department of Planning and Development Commissioner Maurice Cox, and from the proponent witnesses saying they would collaborate with St. Paul Parish and contribute or obtain resources so that the property could be preserved. The commissioners also heard testimony repeatedly characterizing St. Paul Parish, the Archdiocese, and Cardinal Cupich as bad actors, so greedy, uncaring, and unwilling to collaborate that only an involuntary and immediate landmarking could bring them to the table to preserve the legacy of St. Adelbert. I have the excruciating detail of dates, times, and notes of 6 years of calls, correspondence, meetings where St. Paul Parish representatives asked for that exact kind of collaboration from the aldermen and the landmarking proponents. Not only has there been no collaboration, St. Paul parishioners, myself included, have been subjected to horrible personal attacks from the landmarking proponents, verbal and physical. Unfortunately, I can also provide copious details about the abuse. The bare details have been attached. The abuse has been so extreme and so chronic that many of the opponents of the landmarking have been afraid to attend the public hearing today. That is why I said that being here to speak on behalf of St. Paul Parish or even signing petitions or submitting letters is a true act of bravery. Finally, I want to address the proponents' claims that only this involuntary and immediate landmarking will preserve the legacy of St. Adalbert. In my view, there are 4 core legacies. Landmarking is either ineffective or actually damaging to all of them. First, there was the experience of Catholic worship specifically within the sanctuary of St. Adalbert's church building. I remember when a protester, Isabella, said to me outside of St. Paul, "We will never stop fighting. We will do whatever we have to do. The church will reopen." Comments like this were repeatedly made to the Landmark Commission last year, but landmarking cannot bring about that. The church building has been formally deconsecrated and no more Catholic services will be held there. Not because
We are listening to one person speak at a time.
yes, thank you.
Continue.
I will repeat, the church building has been formally deconsecrated and no more Catholic services will be held there. Not because I or anyone else at St. Paul says so, but because the Catholic Church all the way to Rome has said so. Second, there are religious artifacts that are located or were located inside the St. Adalbert Church, such as the Pietà. They have deep spiritual significance for many of the landmarking proponents and for many of us who oppose this landmarking. I can personally attest to my repeated efforts to safeguard those artifacts and to offer landmarking proponents a role in deciding how those artifacts could be handled. Look at the St. Anne Chapel within St. Anne Parish as a perfect example of what is possible when St. Paul has a counterparty to collaborate with. Details are attached in our report. Third, there is a legacy of Catholic worship and fellowship among those who were members of the St. Adalbert Parish. That community is now fractured. Landmarking will not bring it back. In fact, the landmarking process is worsening the ability of former St. Adalbert parishioners to continue their Catholic worship and fellowship at St. Paul. The landmarking process is draining our parish and preventing a sale of the property, while the landmarking proponents continually disrupt St. Paul masses and publicly promote truly vicious and vile lies about our leaders and servants. Fourth, there is a legacy of St. Adalbert as a community anchor, providing charity and support for its neighborhood regardless of faith or ethnicity. Again, landmarking is not only ineffectual in bringing that back, the landmarking process is draining of St. Paul's personal and financial resources. It's making it more and more impossible to continue the legacy started in that building. I am asking the city of Chicago to do what it can to help us move forward with selling our unused property so that we can go back to doing what is important. Feeding the children in our neighborhood who are going hungry is important. Helping people in our neighborhood who are struggling with incarceration and addiction is important. There are parents without work and undocumented families living in fear of deportation. Neighbors are struggling to make tax payments in communities they have lived in for decades. There are young men and women in gangs who need our support and help. Our families are breathing in toxic air because of the industrial quarters that surround us. The amalgamated parishes in Pilsen, including St. Paul's, should be at the forefront of partnering with the city to meet these needs. Every social issue I just cited is one that St. Paul is currently working on or has worked on in the recent past. For example, we want to expand our violence prevention work. We want to provide emotional support, family assistance, volunteer and employment opportunities, and accompaniment to court for our youth involved in gangs. We also want to expand our social justice work. Can you imagine how many we could help if we were able to escape the financial and personal burdens of carrying this property? The scaffolding and security costs, the work orders to replace or repair damage done during break-ins, the calls to my personal cell phone on weeknights during dinner with my children, the weekends with concerns from our neighbors of the property. Can you imagine what we could do if we didn't have to sit here today? We dream of expanding our ministries at St. Paul, and we want to grow our efforts. We have so many volunteers at our parish eager to find ways to help this community. But instead, we are consumed by St. Adalbert protesters and governmental actions like downzoning and landmarking threats. We should be leveraging partners. We should work with each other and community organizations to help uplift our communities. Yet here we stand. Instead of directly working on programs for community benefit, we are trying to prevent yet another obstacle to selling the property. I implore the city of Chicago to vote no to landmarking and let us all get
All right, hey, please finish your statement.
okay.
No, we're gonna wait.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna read.
Be sorry, begin your sentence from where it started.
Yes,
And
thank
bring
you.
us to the end, please.
I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you. I implore the city of Chicago to vote no to landmarking.
Everybody, excuse me, we are gonna let our witness finish what she has to say, and then we're gonna talk.
I implore the city to vote no to landmarking and let us all get back to the important work of investing in people. The details of my points are both painfully real and unbelievable. While it has been horribly re-traumatizing to have described these details to you in the reports that you have, they are attached and they are in detail. Whether or not you choose to read these, please consider what I have said. Please work with St. Paul Parish so that we can give the St. Adalbert buildings a new future. Please allow St. Paul Parish to responsibly transfer those assets and focus on being a living continuation of Catholic worship and community service in Pilsen. Those are the legacies I want to preserve for my children who are here today.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm gonna take a minute. I'm gonna take a minute of time that we're all sharing together to say we are here for literally a hearing. That means hearing everybody. That means when people who are speaking on behalf of landmark designation are speaking, I want to hear every word they have to say as well. I want to extend the same courtesy to everybody here who has something to say. And we are going to do that, but we're going to do it in a timely manner. Okay, we're going to move on to the next witness. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Wait, you want to pause for 1 second? Yes, sir.
In the interest of time.
We're not taking.
Let her answer that.
I'll answer you in 1 second. Okay. Okay. I wanted to make sure I could answer you as efficiently as possible. There is going to be a moment. The next thing is going to happen after this period of parties presenting to people who signed up as parties. That's when we're going to transition into the part with public comments, and we're going to make time for everybody. To be perfectly honest about it, we will hear everybody, but there is a point at which the day ends and we would need to reschedule another day should we need to get to that place. Nothing has been determined yet. We're going to see how the day moves along, and we're going to keep watching the clock, but I want to make sure that that's clear, that that microphone is there for a reason, and it's for the public comment period, but that's not where we are yet. We will be there hopefully shortly.
The amount of time you've given us, and we are going to rely on the statements in the record rather than have our other two witnesses testify here today,
Okay?
other than to say their names for the record and their affirmation that these are in fact their statements.
That makes sense to me.
And that is going to be handled by Jim along with a short concluding remark.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for being clear.
Oh, state your name.
Yes, my name is Mary Gonzalez. I am a lifelong resident of the 25th Ward of Pilsen. I live there and I've raised my children there. My comments are within the packet that you received, and they are true as I wrote them.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Ms.
you very
Gonzalez.
My name is Father Michael Enright. I'm the pastor of St. Paul Parish, and my comments are in the packet that you received.
Thank you, Father. Okay.
And sir, I'm James Gioli, again, General Counsel of the Archdiocese of Chicago. I just wanted to make two concluding remarks. This is not a conclusion of all our testimony. It's just two things I wanted to remark on that have not yet been covered. The first is that to state what the commission already knows, obviously, although the proposal was to landmark the whole site and cover all the buildings as a complex, the commission has the discretion when it reviews all of this evidence to decide what to do. We, as owners, all have urgently requested that you deny the proposal in its entirety. But should the commission choose not to do that, obviously it has other options. And to state the obvious, there is a big difference between the south facade of the church building and everything else in this proposal. So while we definitely don't want to invite you to landmark the south facade of the church building, it's stating the obvious that that might do less damage to us than landmarking all the buildings in the whole site. You know that, we know that. I just wanted to state that we're cognizant that you have that option, and if you consider recommending a landmark status, that you consider limiting that recommendation. The second comment I want to make is just as a matter of the standards for receiving evidence. And that is to say that while the ordinance certainly restricts the type of evidence that can come in at this hearing, one of the categories is the history and significance of the property. And that might be a very simple analysis when it comes to a factory, but it's a much more complex analysis when it comes to a church building, because part of the history and significance of the property is its religious character and the role it plays in the development of a faith community. Without that, a good chunk of Mr. Kleiber's presentation would not have been relevant. He noted the establishment of the parish and how it was established with the cooperation of Archbishop Quigley, which is, by the way, the name of the building I work in, the Quigley Seminary. It's certainly historic, but it's historic because of the religious character of what was done. He noted the celebration of the final Mass in the building and what languages the Mass was celebrated in. And he noted the significance of the convent building and the way of determining, the worship status of the religious sisters who live there. Similarly, Bishop Lombardo made points having to do with the role the building has played that have a religious origin. And I just want to urge the commission not to disregard any of it, because in the case of a religious structure, all of those considerations are part of the history and significance of the structure. It plays a spiritual role, so we address those issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And that concludes the remarks from this party. Okay, excellent. I'm going to read into the record. We've received one more party request, and that will be the last one in our stack for this portion of the hearing. And that is from Alderman Lopez of the 25th Ward. Is the Alderman here?
Yep.
Thank you very much, everybody, for coming today. And I speak to both parishioners in St. Adalbert as well as parishioners at St. Paul. There should not be animosity between parishioners. There should be unity. And also, I would like to say very proud, welcome both our Mexican as well as our Polish parishioners as well, who being together. I will remain together. So thank you and welcome. I also want to thank the Landmark Commission for doing the due process. There is a due process for landmark designation. And I just want to be clear for the record that nobody has been censured, or in the last hearing, nobody was not allowed to speak. In fact, public comment is open for anybody who wants to express their opinion and their will to protect a parish that is unique and beautiful in our community, because not only of the structure that the landmark technicians and experts have deemed, but because of the people. The immigrants have come to our community time after time that have built these structures with blood, sweat, and tears, so that others, that generations to come, can continue to receive the mission of the church that should be the service of the poor, not the service to developers or real estate interests. I would like to refer to a few characterizations because, again, this hearing is specifically on landmark designation. It is a due process. But because there has been referrals to financial constraints and issues, I would like to, maybe the attorneys can mention that, but we know that the Archdiocese of Chicago, the real estate department is there's interest in the sale of the church to the highest bidder. So make no mistake about it, this has nothing to do with the preservation of the church, of their characteristics, but it's entirely about the financial interests of the Archdiocese and the real estate department that should be interested in bringing parishioners and residents together for the common good. Unfortunately, that's not what we're seeing, and I will be clear in what I refer in terms of the collaboration from our office. St. Paul Parish has received a grant, and then you can correct me if I'm wrong, from our very office, $50,000 so they can conduct the violence prevention efforts. That is an effort that our office has made because we believe in working with every parish with the same respect and dignity. I will do the same thing if St. Paul will be in this situation. Unfortunately, as SNN and other parishes that have closed in front of our very eyes to become luxury housing, not to serve the poor. So when we talk about financial distress, the financial distress has not caused by the parishioners of St. Adalbert. The financial distress of the Archdiocese of the City of Chicago has been done because of their own practices that should not be hidden behind the parishioners of St. Adalbert. And I'll be remiss if I don't mention this clearly on the record. Our effort has never been to intervene on internal matters. Our effort has been always public, on the record. And if there's been an attempt to actually put their hands on the due process, has actually been from the Archdiocese of the City of Chicago that actually blocked a zoning change attempt to create dialogue, something that is being investigated by the Inspector General. I will also say that it is important to disclose financial interest in this table. So I would like, for the record as well, that every witness and disclosure of this body also disclose the financial interest as member of the Finance Committee in St. Paul. It is important that we do that. I also would like to make sure that our committee and our community is respected. That parishioners, no matter what parish they come from, are treated with respect and dignity. I think it is a shame that we see an Archdiocese of the City of Chicago that do not stand on the side of the poor, but on the side of the people with money.
I'm going to take
Despite
hang on 1 second. I'm going to take a moment. We've heard a lot of applause. I recognize that the temperature is up here right now. Here's what I'd like to go. Please continue, Alderman. I want to hear you to the end of your statement, and then we're going to talk about questions. But I urge you all, listen to the Alderman until he is done, and we'll continue.
Thank you. And it is very important to recognize the facts versus propaganda that has tried to pitch our communities against each other. I tell you unequivocally that our office has always been here to listen to every single parishioner and resident in our community. And because of that, we have the due responsibility to make sure that every proposal in front of this body in our office has due representation. The representation that was democratically elected by our community to make sure that we respect the dignity of our immigrant community. Polish, Mexican, every single community, every resident deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. There's no more community if we allow financial interest to talk about displacement, but yet sell a parish that is so dire to our community, as the Archdiocese of the City of Chicago receives property tax incentives. Our community has been overburdened with taxes. property taxes that we subsidize. And we're proud to subsidize that because we believe in the mission of the church to serve the poor. But to use that to behind scenes try to sell a parish on the name of serving the poor, it is a slap on the face in our community. And we cannot allow that. What I would say furthermore, it is that the response of the Archdiocese has not been in line to the mission and the service. Because I've seen parishioners in our community, and also for the record, I would like the attorneys to respond to this. When the shrine have removed from St. Adalbert, and the residents and parishioners took a peaceful demonstration under the previous administration to ask that there's a due process, due diligence, to make sure that there are not any religious objects stolen from the church, they were visually arrested for the simple fact that they want to stand and protect the memories, the spirituality, and the uniqueness of St. Adalbert. And again, I will do the very same thing if this will be the case for St. Paul parishioners. Because I have a responsibility as the duty elected representative of my ward to make sure that there's a due process. I do not accept the characterization that the city of Chicago is intervening on the church's matters. Quite the contrary. We have been here, and I show with evidence that our office has been always willing to talk. But what we are not going to allow is the mischaracterization of our community and our office. A community and an office that is asking for due participation on a process that should involve parishioners, that should involve residents. And we're asking nothing less than that. Their parish and the Archdiocese of the United States is one of the only archdioceses in the world that sells churches for profit. And it's enough of that. Because we have so many needs in our community. There's so many immigrants and poor people out there in the streets that need that service. And selling that for profit, it is not serving the poor. That is what Jesus said. Those are the merchants of the church that come dressed in good clothes, in cheap clothes. They are the wolves trying to make money out of our community. And I will be reminiscent if I don't call out that publicly and on the record. Because I am not going to be intimidated. I am not going to be silenced. And worse, I'm not going to be characterized as someone who does not collaborate. I dare for those comments and to worse, to say that we have been somehow conspiring to apply any pressure on anyone. The parishioners on the right to protest and the right to make sure that they are making sure that they disclose the discontent with the Archdiocese have every right to voice their concerns. And if I see any act of injustice, was the arrest that I saw on parishioners defending the faith, defending the right of the church, defending the values of the church, something that the Archdiocese of the City of Chicago should be the first one to lead by example, but yet have left parishioners down in the dark. That's what we see, less and less parishioners in our church. And I said that as someone who was raised Catholic, and I maintain my values as someone who believes in the service of the poor. That is what we're here for. We are here to make sure that our community is together. And understanding, of course, is easy to demonize a politician. But I'm talking here not only as an duty elected representative of my community, because there are people that perhaps are not in this stand, but there are many members of our community who have testified. And they're not necessarily even supporters of mine. There are people who are parishioners and are defending the parish because that is where they grew up, when they got confession, when they went to church, when they got communion. Those are the spirituality that these parishioners are rightly to defend. What I ask
Alderman Lopez, are we reaching our conclusion of the statement?
What I ask, once and for all and on public record, the Archdiocese of the City of Chicago to actually sit down with our office. Because if there has been an entity that has been refusing to have a conversation with our office, has been the Archdiocese of the City of Chicago and Cardinal Kupich, who has a responsibility to talk about collaboration with actions, not with platitudes. So again, I am here defending the rights of our community, a right to landmark a building for the generations to come, for immigrants, no matter where they come from, to celebrate their heritage, to celebrate their identity and their hard work. Today in this country, we see the treatment of immigrant communities that are invisible to the rest of the country. I am proud to have also in my children heritage from the Polish community as well, and I be damned if I allowed the Archdiocese of the City of Chicago to talk about serving the poor and talking about financial distress and blaming the same parishioners that actually contributed with their donations to make sure that the parish continue to serve the interests of our community and the poor. So today I tell you, I am ready to partner with Archdiocese, but do not mischaracterize the involvement of the city by saying that we are not ready to collaborate. There has not been reciprocity. And if there are being financial issues, which is nothing that we're talking about today, those been being because of the irresponsibility, the actions of leaders in the Archdiocese who should be responsible and being taken accountable for their actions rather than pitching communities against each other. This is the time to make sure that our communities work together for the common good, and any proposal, and you have my word, any proposal for St. Adalbert will be with the duty and the responsibility that I honor when I take in office. That's why you have letters dating back in September 2019, where my community in public meetings said, why are you landmarking poor people's homes when we are taxed out of our community, where there are organizations that receive property tax benefits, but yet sell the same sacred sites for our community for profit? That is not acceptable. And I'm here, again, lending my support for this proposal. And also, I would like to be answered these questions because those artifacts, the shrine, belong to the people. They do not belong to the Archdiocese. They belong to the parishioners, and they have every right to demand of the Archdiocese responses. And I will be calling again on the Inspector General to make sure that there's no intervention in this process, so that every single object in the Archdiocese, because the Finance Committee of St. Paul has a responsibility to be transparent, to disclose financial interests, and to make sure that those sacred objects are back where they belong. That's why we're here today, because my office is here to represent our community. There are many who perhaps are not here today, but they're members of the Mexican and the Polish community that know that our community is not gone. We are proud to be a port of entry. I will continue to be. So thank you again for allowing me to say a few words. I want to make sure that we are clear once again to Bishop Lombardo. Our community has called you directly. It's always at the table, ready to talk, ready to partner. But what we are not going to allow is communities to be displaced by our own churches. Because when profit is over people, that's what we're seeing time after time. And I'm not going to be intimidated. I want to make sure the Finance Committee of St. Paul disclose all their interests, because they have done effectively the Archdiocese pitches against each other, because they're putting St. Paul's finances at the expense of St. Adalbert. That is unacceptable. I strongly believe that we can look after the best interests of both parishes. We cannot and we will not allow our community to be fractured, because the inaccuracy and the bad faith of the leadership of the Archdiocese and the real estate department. Thank you so much, and I will continue to act with transparency and integrity on the benefit of every single resident of the city of Chicago.
Okay. Everybody in the chamber. Everybody in the chamber. I will remind everybody. Okay. I have 3 pieces of housekeeping to cover. First of all, thank you for your statement, Alderman Lopez. 3 pieces of housekeeping. 1, look at the clock. We are in the traditional American lunch hour. I want to make sure that I give people time to eat something before we continue with what will be a day-long hearing. But there are 2 things that are going to happen before we get to any type of a break. First of all, in terms of the process, anybody who has signed up as a party is welcome to ask questions of anybody else in a party. We're going to have that happen. The next thing that will happen after that is I have a stack of people who would like to make a statement in favor of proposed designation, but are not speaking. This is the stack of people who are speaking. This will happen after a lunch break, but I will read through the names for the record of the people who are not speaking. Once that is done, we will take a break, which I will determine the amount of time in a moment, and then we will continue with the hearing. I just want to make that super clear for everybody. It's an educational process to get to watch this in action. So with that, does anybody from any party have any questions for, yes? The owner has a question. Please proceed. Sorry, one more point here. This is where I'm going to be extra strict about keeping to the criteria. There's a lot on the record that's gone beyond that. I'm going to get to the point where I'm going to stop it if we're not talking about the criteria for landmark designation. Is that clear? Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. In relation to what you just said, sir, at this point, we would request that the commission disregard every word of what you just heard other than statements that relate to the criteria for landmarking. Alderman Lopez, where do you think the money goes if St. Adalbert Parish is sold? Who do you think receives those assets?
This is actually not about the criteria.
Okay, well, this is it. So I have a question for the hearing officer.
I understand, yeah.
I will take, excuse me.
That's
Can you
fine, please, I want to hear you.
I can't hear
Yeah.
you though, because members of the public are making noise.
Continue. I'd like to hear one voice at a time. I don't know how many times I've said it now. Please continue.
I will take your direction in full
Mhm.
about sticking to the criteria. However, I'm cross-examining a witness who just made statements into testimony. So he opens the door, as lawyers would say, to all of those subjects because he raised them. If the commission or you are going to rule them out of order because they don't relate to the criteria, then I have no need to ask him about them. By the same token, if you instruct me not to ask him about those matters because they do not relate to the criteria, of course I will respect your direction, but that's my trusting you that I'm not asking him those questions because you see that his statement was utterly irrelevant and has nothing to do with the criteria.
Thank you. Okay, so here's how thank you for your points. Here's how I'm going to answer that. In the spirit of a hearing, which I said before, I want to make sure that everybody has ample time. I know that both sides today who are representing for and against landmark designation have gone beyond the strict criteria of what makes a landmark or doesn't make a landmark. At this point, I don't know that anybody is coming ahead of anybody else. It is an even hearing, but I do want to just remind everybody that that's specifically what we can rule on as a landmark commission. So anything beyond that isn't what we're able to rule on. We don't have the jurisdiction for that. So with that, are you able to ask some questions that do pertain to the property?
Well, I mean, he made a very lengthy inflammatory statement. I can cross-examine him on the ridiculous things he said, or I cannot do that.
Well,
If the commission is going to allow that into evidence, then I have a duty to ask him questions about what he said.
I could say that the commission, everything's on the record, but in terms of what the commission is actually able to rule on, isn't taking into consideration anything that doesn't have to do with the landmark
All right, then
designation
I'm
itself.
gonna try to limit my questions to the criteria.
Okay, that'd be
And my
wonderful. Thank
first
you.
question for the alderman is, can you cite a single thing you just said that has anything to do with the actual landmark criteria in reference to the specific criteria you were supporting?
So can you name me one thing that you said that was relevant today?
Please answer my question.
So I made references because you made very specific allegations, and I responded to those allegations. I waited for over an hour to respond to things that have nothing to do with the landmark process, but everything to do with the financial interests of the archdiocese, something that you, sir, should be able to respond, not my office.
So I'll
Is
just
that the end of your-
note for the
Okay,
record
please
that the
continue.
response to my question was argumentative and he did not respond to my question.
You said
My
things
next
that I was
question-
ridiculous.
my next- no, my next-
Ridiculous is what you're saying.
My
Gentlemen.
next question, sir, my next
You-
question is, sorry,
No, I can hear you.
Okay.
Please ask the question.
you were asking them to be quiet.
I was asking everybody to take a breath and ask questions. That's how the record is working here. I'm not recording any other sound. He's not recording any other sound in the room. It's just the words that are being spoken. So let's move things along. And in the spirit of that, say what you
Sure,
need to say.
I'm going to be brief in light of the context of what is in fact admissible in the hearing. Alderman,
Continue.
we'll just take longer this
It'll
way.
just take longer.
Alderman, the $50,000 grant that you referred to, how were those funds split and among what entities were the funds split?
So the funds were actually done for two organizations, where $100,000 in the grants that the city of Chicago provided for every single alderman. That was divided in two organizations, and St. Paul was one of the benefactors of half of what were available for the whole ward.
So where did the rest of the money go?
The rest of the money went for another violence prevention program.
Was that something called Love City? Did
Yeah.
they get the remainder
Yeah.
of the funds? Yes. And were the funds used in part to paint a mural at your office?
No. That is incorrect.
You stated that you were open to any proposal and wanted to meet with the Archdiocese regarding any reasonable proposal or with St. Paul's regarding any reasonable proposal. Do you stand by that?
Absolutely. In fact, we had a stakeholders meeting where representatives of the Finance Committee of St. Paul were invited to present a proposal. There was a proposal, in fact, that was not even considered because of the nature of it. There was a billionaire from Florida that was proposing a event venue, something I think that it would be good to disclose from the Finance Committee of St. Paul. They should have more information for you, sir. We did ask them to present, and again, and that's what I said on the record, relevant to what you have to say. Nothing inflammatory. Inflammatory is actually trying to intervene on city matters without I'm being duty elected to do so, sir. So I want to make sure I'm respectful to your comments because, sir, you should be very, very much better informed on a process that someone said lasted 6 years. Every single time, every proposal, and that's what I said, even when we may not agree with, has the right to come in front of our community for consideration. But what we're not going to allow is anybody bypassing the due process of the city of Chicago.
So you're still willing to meet with us? That's what I think.
We are willing to meet with you as the Archdiocese who has not responded to my letters.
In your view, is a 40% affordable housing ratio for the development of the property adequate?
In my view, what is adequate is to make sure the parishioners of St. Paul and St. Adalbert are included in the process, and thus making sure that the Archdiocese of the City of Chicago does not go behind scenes to sign contracts and letter of intent disregarding the recommendations of our office and the due process of the City of Chicago.
Okay, but that wasn't my question. My question was, what portion of a development devoted to affordable housing would you view as an equitable or proper
I'm
proportion?
going to interrupt there and say we're actually not talking about an affordable housing development. We're talking about a property.
Well, he raised it in his statement. That's why.
I understand that. I understand. But I'm reminding everybody.
You're cutting off my
Yeah.
question about something he raised because you think it's not relevant to the criteria. Is that
Well, I
correct?
mean, I'd say at this point in the day, I'm willing to start
No, I
extracting stuff from the
understand.
record. Yeah.
I'm not going to pursue the question, and I assume therefore the statement about which I'm questioning is also not going to be considered. Because if my question's irrelevant, then so was the statement I'm asking about.
And for a point of clarification, it is the Archdiocese
There's no
saying
question,
that
sir.
representative
There's
of
no
the
question.
board is not relevant.
Alderman, I can say, and I did say this one more time. It's not that everything isn't recorded on the record. Clearly, there is a record here. But what this is a hearing on what the Commission on Chicago Landmarks is able to do, and we're not able to rule on what the property might potentially be used for, what it was used for in the past. We're really only able to comment on a piece of property and a piece of architecture.
Sir, Alderman, you're aware that the Catholic Bishop of Chicago is a not-for-profit corporation, correct?
I'm aware.
Okay, and that St. Paul's is legally owned by the Archdiocese, is that right? Yes,
Legally owned in terms of,
title. Pardon me, I misstated. St.
well,
Adalbert.
that
the
is something you got a witness, you should ask that to the Archdiocese of the City of Chicago.
No, but you're not contesting that, are you?
I am not contesting anything. We're here to discuss the landmarking of the St. Adalbert Parish.
And
No more
we're
than that.
establishing our identity as the owner, and it's a simple question. You're not contesting that the St. Adalbert property, which is what I meant to say, is owned by the Catholic Bishop of Chicago. You're not contesting that, right?
I don't know when I said that.
I'm not saying you said that. It's just a simple question. You're not quarreling with that contention, are you?
I don't think that's being discussed
You-
today.
Sir, it's impossible for me to ask questions with people yelling in the background.
No, and I understand that. I'm going to remind everybody one more time, excuse me. I want to stick to the criteria. At this point, if I don't hear a question that is specifically about landmark criteria, I am going to move it on. And that's how it's going to be. I don't want to hear any applause. I want to move along with the process here. That's how this works. Do you have any questions that are specifically
Of
about
course
the
I do.
about
Our
the
identity
criteria?
as the owner is specific to the landmark process.
Mm.
And we identified ourselves during our testimony. The alderman provided testimony that we were trying to sell this property for profit, which is not our identity. And I am simply trying to establish what he's already, I think, conceded, that the Catholic bishop is a not-for-profit corporation. They are the owner of the property. It is not a sale for profit. And I just want to know if you have any issue with that.
Let me be clear. What I said in my remarks is that the Finance Committee of St. Paul and the Archdiocese of the City of Chicago should in fact disclose that very thing. I would like to know as many parishioners where indeed going those sales of those churches that the Archdiocese already have sold, as well as what is going to happen with this particular attempt to sell the church.
Okay, so that's what you intended. Now I understand, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I can speak in Spanish if that makes it better.
No,
too.
it wouldn't be any better. But the question then, so then you heard testimony today that the property of St. Adalbert's is held in trust for the benefit of St. Paul's Parish, and that when it is sold, if it ever is, those assets go to St. Paul's. Do you have any reason to doubt that that's true?
As I said, those facts should be disclosed by the Finance Committee of St. Paul as well as the Archdiocese of the City of Chicago.
But you just heard them disclosed in testimony in this hearing. Do you have any reason to doubt that that's true?
Yes, I do have every reason to doubt that that's true because there are other financial issues that the Archdiocese of Chicago should disclose. Because
what-
you cannot say, sir, and I am responding to your question, you cannot say, and I think it's inflammatory actually, to say that the St. Adalbert parishioners are responsible for the financial conditions of the Archdiocese or of St. Paul. And what I say to you, and I said it on record, is that the Archdiocese of the City of Chicago should take full responsibility by their own financial situation.
So that's your opinion about how the church should run its affairs. That's great. But my question is whether you
That's
have,
not my opinion. Every homeowner, you want to ask people in the city of Chicago, homeowners, if they are, if someone else is paying for the property taxes. I doubt it.
Well, so hang on.
sir, I'm not even sure.
I
I simply want to, I want to
in the
return.
spirit of the, in the spirit of the record, I just want to make sure. Do you have many more questions
No,
beyond this one?
I
Okay.
don't. This was the last.
Oh, this
subject.
is the last
Yeah,
one.
this was
Okay.
it. If we
Okay.
can get there.
Okay.
I want you, do you have any evidence that the proceeds from any sale would go anywhere other than to St. Paul's Parish? Because we have testified here that St. Paul's is the beneficial owner of St. Adalbert's. The parishioners who were the St. Adalbert's parishioners are part of St. Paul's. When the property is sold, the assets go to St. Paul's. Now, that's what we've testified to here. Do you have any evidence to the contrary?
Do you have any evidence to prove what you just said?
Of course.
Well, I would like to
of
see
course.
those documents.
The
My question
evidence,
was directed
the
at that.
evidence is the testimony you heard in this hearing from a bishop regarding canon law and regarding the rules of the church. That is, they are the owners of the asset. St. Paul's is the beneficial owner of the asset.
I'm going to move this along because we're in the weeds now. I'm going to move this along. Does anybody else from any of the parties have any questions? You do. Sir, can you please state your name and your affiliation?
Cohen, and I live I live in the neighborhood. Alderman Sixer said that he was offered a transparent process. And how many meetings have you had with the community at large to discuss whether this property should be landmarked or not? And not stakeholder meetings, but general meetings with the entire community?
So again, and this is on record, our community had a whole process of landmarking.
That's not my question.
You can take it for whatever that is. But our community had a conversation. There is a record on the record back September 2019 that was read here by the commission that dated and said that our community was in opposition of the landmarking of 18th Street, and yet were parishioners who asked that the landmark be done in St. Adalbert.
Respectfully,
Okay.
that wasn't my question. My question was how many?
And that was, we
meetings
have several
have
public
they
meetings.
had in the community?
And I
Not
understand.
in the general
Yes,
city.
yes, yes.
How many meetings have you had in the neighborhood with an open forum with everyone that lives in the community?
Because
Please
this
answer
does-
that question.
I understand that. And I understand that because that does not have to do specifically with the
Okay,
landmark
something that he
criteria.
mentioned.
These are a lot of, hey, listen.
Is the
There is a
answer
lot,
zero?
I understand. There's a lot of business to be taken care of. However, that's not the matter of what the Commission on Chicago Landmarks can do very much.
So
with.
the answer is
I,
zero?
listen, I know that, but that's a different conversation. So
So zero.
with that, what I'm going to do here, because in
Correct me
this
if I'm
part of the
wrong,
process,
Alderman.
because in
Is
this,
it zero?
Realtors are very mad, apparently. Realtors are very,
oh, okay. At this point, the staff of the staff is also allowed to ask questions at this point. So I'm going to move it along to see if anybody from the staff has any questions.
I'm sorry, I still had one other question, Animal Party.
Does it pertain
It is,
to
yes.
the,
It's something that he stated earlier, and so I would like to respond to that.
is it just a matter of rebutting to something that
No,
he
no,
said, or does it
it's-
have to do specifically with
It's
with the
question that
building?
He said that everybody that needed to disclose their financial benefits, he received campaign contributions from the owner of a church that converted into luxury housing.
Okay.
So did he receive campaign contributions from somebody who bought the luxury apartments that were renovated at St. Anne's? Did you receive a campaign donation? Did you financially benefit from that luxury apartment development?
Please stop. This is not about landmark criteria. I know passions are high, but I actually don't want to get into this. I want to ask the staff if they have any questions specifically regarding landmark criteria and designation. You do not. Okay. Here's what we're going to move on to next. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do in the spirit of the fact that it's 12:36. I am not going to read these names until after a break, but we are going to take a break at this moment. Okay, everybody can stretch their legs, get something to eat, drink some water. I'd like to reconvene at, let's see, we'll do 1:15, too long. 1:15, like to have everybody back in here. We are starting on the dot at 1:15. So thank you very much for everything. Come back and please remember what we've talked about.
It's me. It went back to 3.
Cool.
Did he?
Well, thank you very much. All right, hey. Being that it is 1:19, about 4 minutes past when I said we would begin, when I said we would begin on at 1:15 sharp, I am going to get started. If you're having a conversation, please wrap it up and return to your seats. I know. You think I don't know that? How about my shoe? I'll do it. All right. So for folks who are in the room, I want to make sure I'm getting as many people as possible. I think it's important. Staff's not back. Do I need to wait for staff? Okay, welcome back, everybody. I'm doing it now. Yeah, it's official. Okay. My name is Commissioner Adam Rubin. We are going to continue with the hearing about St. Adalbert Parish Complex. So a little bit of housekeeping on what to expect next. We are going to enter into the public testimony portion of the afternoon. By the way, it is in the way it is ordered here. I'm actually going to begin with the people who have signed up to speak today. I know before the break, I said I would read through a list of names of people who said they don't want to speak, but in the interest of making sure that people who showed up get a chance to say something in case you need to go somewhere else, I'm going to start with the list of those who do want to talk. We do have a 3-minute rule. The clock is right over there. I will implore everybody to stick within those 3 minutes, if not shorter. Your point can often be made in less time, but you have the floor for a full 3 minutes as required. We also want to just remind everybody one more time, which should be news to nobody, that the Commission on Chicago Landmarks is only able to rule on issues dealing with the property and the criteria for designating it or not. We've discussed a lot of different things today. Both people for and against the nomination have covered a lot of territory outside of how landmarkable the structure is. But I would say that's the only thing that we have jurisdiction to do. Yes, everything is on the record, but everything that's said doesn't affect how the Commission on Chicago Landmarks is evaluating the property itself. So, yeah, okay. So as I call people, I'll also beg a little bit of forgiveness. Polish is not my first nor my second language. So there'll be some names that I'm going to probably butcher, but I'll do my best. If you're a party to the... That's a good question. It's what it is. Sure. At this point, you'd be able to get up and speak for 3 minutes like everybody else, because the party period of the hearing is done. But we can hear you though. We did call you when we were speaking. You were standing over here. That was for a question. Okay. For the purpose of moving forward, and I want to make sure you get on the record. Did you get a chance to fill out one of the pink slips? Okay. We'll check up on it and make sure that you're in the mix as well. We're going to look into it right now. Is there anybody else from the parties? I think you also, did somebody else say that they didn't get a chance to speak? They were passed over? Okay. Okay, yeah, I've got you. Okay. Thank you. I've got your name here. So we are going to begin in order of how these were received. I'm going to call Carolina Kierlancik. Carolina, if you're here. Oh, and to remind everybody, the microphone is just over here, so keep an eye on it. I'll say next up I have is Mark Kierlancik. So try to remind you if you're on deck. Sure. Also, one more thing, because I'm unreliable in pronouncing everybody's name absolutely correctly. If you could please state your name and your address for the record as you get up. That goes for everybody who's speaking. Remember your name and address first before your statement. Thank you.
Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Carolina Kierlanchik. Sorry. I'm speaking on behalf of Carolina Kierlanchik, and these are her remarks. I would like to kindly point out that many signatures.
Actually, before you continue, I want to make sure we hear your name as well. We have to record it into the
Oh,
record.
my name?
Yeah, can you say it one more time?
My name is Rosa Ibanez. I have a pink paper filled out too, but Carolina had to leave and she asked if I could give her remarks.
That's fine. Did you
Is
get
that
it?
okay? Okay.
Please proceed.
She would like to kindly point out that many signatures and testimonies to the Commission on Chicago Landmarks today in opposition to St. Adalbert's landmarking were solicited by the representative of St. Paul Parish using false information contained in a document distributed to parishioners on recent Sundays. It deceptively stated that it is the parishioners and not the Archdiocese who are the owners of both St. Paul and St. Adalbert churches. Conflicts over the Catholic Church property in the United States go far back as the late 18th century, with the Irish and German Americans suing their bishops in civil courts over rights to church buildings and winning these cases until 1829, when canon law got changed by bishops in Baltimore. Since then, all faithful have been coerced by church law to turn their newly erected churches to local bishops, who became the property legal owners. Since 1829, no Catholic layperson or a group of Catholic individuals is or can be owner of any functioning Catholic church in the United States. To claim otherwise is to lie and mislead. The behavior of St. Paul Parish representatives is not only un-Catholic and un-Christian, but also grossly un-American, and it is as it produced false results through cheating and manipulation. The secular legal system came to the aid of Catholic Americans in the past. It is my hope that it can do it again, and by granting St. Adalbert Parish Complex the status of Chicago landmark inside and outside, preserve this structure out of respect for history. Chicago's ethnic plurality, as well as to honor those who came before us and created beautiful works of art to inspire our minds, lift up our spirits, and console our hearts should there be such need. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak here today, as well as for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Mark Kierlanchik, followed by Irene Ksendov. Mark here? Okay. Irina, are you here? Okay, that's fine. All right, next up we have Richard Smuglik. Richard? Okay, we'll continue. The handwriting is a little bit hard, but the address here is 2938 West Monroe. We say, is it Mariana? Okay, I'm gonna keep moving. Melody Podempa of 3441 Bryn Mawr. Okay.
Yes, hello, repeating my name, that's Melody Potempa.
Thank you very
That's
much.
okay.
Say it one more
That's
time.
okay. And I'm at 3441 West Bryn Mawr in
Thank you.
Chicago. And I start with saying that I am a second generation Polish American. So by being that, I understand when the immigrants came to these areas such as Pilsen, because my grandparents also enjoyed that time coming to America to start new and again. One thing that was very central to the Polish community was the church. They worked very hard. They worked in very hard jobs. They were very dangerous, usually unsanitary conditions, very long hours. But even with meager earnings, they were able to build a church like St. Adalbert. And it is considered one of the Polish cathedrals, at least by our community. And in the respect of that, we look to the fact that being central to the community, both Polish and Mexican, we are asking that landmark be considered. We are looking at 150 years because St. Adalbert being found in 1874. It is now 2024. That means that's 150 years of St. Adalbert, whether it's a living church or not. Because the church is not only the building, the church is its people. And we have people here that still see this as a vibrant church, even if the archdiocese and other members of the community do not see so. So we ask that at this 150 mark, that we pay homage back to these people that built the church, because the church was not only built for community, it was built in thanksgiving back to God for being here in America, being under freedom, being able to work and start new. And in that thanksgiving, we ask the Landmark Commission to also bring back that thanksgiving by landmarking the property of St. Adalbert, the church and accompanying buildings, so that the 150-year journey is not cut short and it can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Melody Podempa. Wait, that was just, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Maria Antonia Mariscal de Zabegia on Clubhouse Street. Maria? Great. Thank you. And Maria Bobek is on deck afterwards.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Antonia Mariscal de Zabiega. I am a first-generation Mexican-American Catholic that grew up in South Chicago near Russell Square Park. I'm here to ask you to plead with everyone here to make St. Adalbert a historical landmark. Growing up in the Black and Mexican community neighborhood with lots of gang violence made me understand that I needed my Christian faith to survive. I grew up going with my family to the Way of the Cross every Good Friday, whose procession always ended at St. Adalbert. It was reassuring to see so many faithful, some of them not even Catholic, participate in the liturgy for this day. I know that His Eminence Cardinal Cupich has closed many churches in the Chicagoland area. If the Archdiocese of Chicago was a private company, Cardinal Cupich would have been fired a long time ago. He fails to understand that things change in Chicago, and simply closing and demolishing historical churches permanently destroys the historical heritage of Chicago. I was married at St. Mary of the Angels and have family who attend St. John Cantius. They are both beautiful and historical churches that were almost demolished in 1980s when they were in poor neighborhoods, but now are thriving parishes in wealthy, yuppie Chicago. Thanks to many protests, these churches were not closed, and the beauty of these churches can be admired by visitors from all around the world. The fact that His Eminence, Cardinal Cupich, is clueless in what the Latino neighborhood needs really saddens me. With all due respect to him, he may speak Spanish, but he still is a white man of God who thinks he knows what is best for the Latino community without taking our feedback. Cardinal Cupich has no regard for the ethnic minorities in his archdiocese. For the first time in almost 50 years, there are no Polish, no Latino, and no African-American bishops in Chicago, thanks to Cardinal Cupich. His assistant bishops in Chicago are all white Americans who also have little understanding of the historical and cultural significance of beautiful churches in the poor ethnic minority communities of Chicago. It seems to most Catholics that Cardinal has a lucrative deal that he prefers to make instead of helping the Christian communities in the area. The architecture of the city of Chicago is so unique to this country, its community heritage, and its landscape. We don't build churches like this anymore. The churches built after 1960s look like barns. Churches like St. Adalbert's can never be replicated because of its unique attention to detail and spectacular inspiration by the poor immigrant communities that made these neighborhoods flourish. Please maintain the historical beauty of Chicago by making St. Adalbert a historical landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Maria Bobek, followed by, not here? Oh, sorry. Maria Bobek, I have next. Is Maria here? On Ridgeway? Okay, moving along. This one is, I think it's Eve Kormiks-Roski. Eve Kormiks-Roski? Thank you. And I apologize again for mispronouncing anybody's name. Bear with me, but please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Eva Kazbierowski. I'm living in 713 East Bayou, Parks Lake, Illinois. I came to Chicago and visiting my sister. She was after 1980 refugee to America, and she stayed in this parish. So when she was belong to Solidarity, and parish help her to maintain living. I'm asking community to save this beautiful church and then make it with landmark. And then the church, St. Albert, is a historical building, for example, because it's over 100 years old, modeled as a St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, recognized by many specialists as a unique architecture and historical object in the city of Chicago. The Church of St. Albert is delighted with a wonderful architecture and construction, the two high church towers, raising against the beautiful background of the downtown Chicago. The interior of the church, decorated with a long row of columns, topped with the wonderful ballet in the altar surrounding the beautiful spiritual columns, all made with the precious material, pita, stained glass, sculpture, painting, organ with wonderful sound, resolving in the huge and extremely acoustic interior of the church, and many other objects are priceless masterpiece of art. The church built is extremely value icon and precious monument for us, the Polish community in Chicago and surrounding area. Thanks for make this landmark.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have Bronislawa Stikala on Kilpatrick, followed by Barbara Merchant.
Nazywam się Bronisława Stękała, 4745 South Kilpatrick. Ja będę mówiła w języku polskim, ale tutaj pani Julia zaraz przeczyta.
If you don't mind, I can translate for her. This is Mrs. Bronisława Stękała, and she gave her address, which I failed to remember.
Witam was, bracia i siostry. Jednego mamy Ojca w niebie i jeden Jezus nas odkupił. Teraz wzywam Ducha Świętego, by rozjaśnił nasze umysły i napełnił nas mądrością Bożą, abyśmy umieli rozwiązywać problemy Kościoła, wiary z godnością synów Stwórcy. W obronie wiary Chrystusowej w dziejach Kościoła ginęli biskupi, kapłani i ludzie wierzący. Dzisiaj niszczy się kościoły zabytkowe, piękne i bogate. I nasi opiekunowie, przywódcy i kapłani dopuszczają się tego. Wypełniają się słowa Jezusa. Szczęście się, bo między was wejdą wilki w owczej skórze. I wiarę Kościół Chrystusowy będzie niszczony od wewnątrz. Dzisiaj brakuje wiernych, oddanych Jezusowi biskupów i kapłanów. Jest to bardzo smutne, że świta kościelna nie broni pięknych świątyń zabytkowych, dziedzictwa dziadów i pradziadów. Czyżby dlatego, że kościoły budowali pielgrzymi z Polski, nieraz poświęcając życie? Była w ich sercach silna wiara. Dzisiaj pragną to zniszczyć. Takie świątynie jak Kościół Świętego Wojciecha, piękne, bogate, zabytkowe, są dziś okradane, dewastowane. W imię czego? Ale złodziej idzie tam, gdzie widzi lud kosztowny. Teraźniejsze kościoły są biedniejsze niż sale bankietowe. Ratujcie to, co piękne i godne dla uwielbienia Stwórcy. Młode pokolenie, patrząc na wasze postępowanie, jest załamane. Co im zostawiacie po sobie? Jaką wiarę, jakiego ducha? Jaką spuściznę, jaki dobytek? Pamiętajcie, każda będzie kiedyś.
So, thank you very much. Would you want to offer a translation, please?
I will paraphrase as I don't have the United Nations translation capability.
Sure.
But
It makes sense.
thank
Go
you.
ahead.
But she is calling upon all of us, which are brothers and sisters in God, in Jesus Christ, and she's calling on the bishops and the priests, and calling them out for allowing this, that our faith is being destroyed from the inside, which is very sad. They are not defending our historic and beautiful churches such as St. Adalbert's. There was once a deep faith in their hearts, but there is no more. They're looting our landmark worthy churches, which we have seen here. And the younger generation is watching us. So what are we teaching them? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Barbara Merchant. I'm also going to read a few more names than just the next one on deck, just so people can line up right behind the microphone. So we're going to have Julie Sawick. This is of 2304 West Erie. Ward Miller of Preservation Chicago. Maria O'Neill of 6601 Apple Tree. You can ask a quick question.
Hello, my name is Barbara Merchant. I am parishioner of the North Shore of Chicago, but I came to ask you to add the Church of St. Albert to and the buildings to the Register of Historic Monuments of the City of Chicago. It is my strong conviction and desire that the church and the surrounding building be preserved for the future generation. I would like to thank the committee for announcing its initial recommendation to this matter. The architecture of the St. Albert Church is very well known, founded more than 100 years ago, was modeled on St. Peter Basilica from Rome. Its interior decorated with a long row of columns topped with wonderful vault. The altar surrounding these beautiful spiral columns are made from precious material. A pieta, stained glass in the windows, sculptures, paintings, and organs with wonderful sound. This church was a work of men of deep faith and craftsmanship, and kind of which no longer exist. Therefore, I'm asking for the treasure of this church to include in the city of Chicago as a historic landmarks. This resonates with memories of thousands of ardent prayers and hopes. I wish to add of my name to that choir. Let the two towers of this church remain as a part of Chicago landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Merchant, before you leave the microphone, I don't have your address on here. Can you mind saying it for the record?
Yes.
Address. Into the microphone, please.
Yes, I am from Ingleside, 183 Holloway, Ingleside, Illinois.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, next up is Julie. Oh, sorry, there was one question from the council. Go ahead. Sure.
It's just a process question. There was a party who was asking about, oh,
Yes.
yeah,
Mr. Chacon.
and you were going to figure out how to accommodate his testimony.
Yeah, so here's explicitly what I did, recognizing that any new forms that come in, I've been instructed to bring it to the bottom of the pile. I thought we'd split the difference here, and I stuck it right in the middle blindly. So this is process in action, everybody. But thank you for your patience and hanging around. We definitely want to hear from you. All right, please continue.
Hello, good afternoon, commissioners and Landmark Commission. My name is Julie Sawicki, and I am the president of the Society of St. Adalberts. And I have been to your meetings over the years, and I know that you recognize how important this is to the St. Adalberts community, the Polish community, and the Mexican community as well. I would really like to thank you for the very diligent and hard work that you put into evaluating St. Adalberts, all of the buildings, and their worthiness for landmarking. It is your work that truly, as I was thinking about what to say today, it is really your work that upholds our reputation as a world-class city. It is your hard work that helps us maintain our reputation as an architecturally significant city. And we have beautiful examples of architectural splendor in a lot of our communities, not just the downtown area. And this is one perfect such example. By the way, this is 2024. This is the 150th anniversary of the founding of the parish of St. Adalberts. And when I stand here today and think about 150 years ago of those that came before me, they came from a country that didn't exist on the map at the time. Poland was ripped apart by its neighbors. We're very poor. We have a tragic history that goes way beyond World War II and what most of us in this room hopefully know what transpired during World War II in our country. We've been ripped apart by our neighbors many times before. And so the men of Poland, young men of Poland, left their families behind, came to a foreign country not speaking the language. And not only did they save money for themselves to put a roof over their heads and food on their table, but they also saved money to bring their families over eventually. And then aside from all that, they put their pennies together and free labor, and they built this. It astounds me that anybody can do this, any immigrant community. Even think of coming into this country today and how difficult it is to survive with how expensive things are here. And they managed to create this. It was very painful for me to listen to some of what was being said earlier. It was really insulting to our Polish community. Very, very insulting to hear attorneys and architects say that this does not qualify as a landmark. Are you kidding me? Show me what qualifies as a landmark, if not this. St. Paul's, by the way, should be landmarked. It is a beautiful, stunning church as well. And
Thank you very much. Mr. Miller?
Dear Commissioner Rubin and members of the general public, I'm Ward Miller. I'm the Richard H. Driehaus Executive Director of Preservation Chicago. Today, we are here before you to ask your consideration and support for the proposed Chicago landmark designation of St. Adalbert's Roman Catholic Church located at 1650 West 17th Street in the Pilsen community. We at Preservation Chicago fully support the preliminary landmark recommendation in the City of Chicago's Department of Planning and Development report for St. Adalbert's Church and other structures on the campus. This includes the church, rectory, convent, and school buildings, 4 historic structures in all. St. Adalbert's Church has been a perennial nomination to our Chicago 7 most endangered buildings for many years, almost a decade. This basilica-style church is one of Chicago's finest ecclesiastical structures and designed by one of Chicago's most recognized and important ecclesiastical architects, Henry Schlax. Schlax worked in the firm of Adler and Sullivan, and his buildings are widely recognized for their architectural merit and both their monumental and inspiring designs. Schlax was so widely regarded for being able to reinterpret some of Europe's finest churches, cathedrals, and basilicas to proportions that would fulfill the program and limitations of the required for these various Chicago community commissions. These qualities are evident and so beautifully executed at St. Adalbert's Church, which was considered the mother church of Chicago's South Side Polish community when it was constructed, and until its closure, an important and recognized sacred site by all. Schlax was also responsible for establishing the architecture program at Notre Dame University, which still thrives today and recognizes the importance of classical architecture, its scale and proportions. Schlax was the founder and genesis of this program at Notre Dame. His commission at St. Adalbert's sister church, St. Paul, located at 22nd Place in the heart of Chicago neighborhood, which is now part of the same parish, is also recognized as one of Chicago's great houses of worship. It's our professional opinion that both St. Adalbert and St. Pilsen and St. Paul's should both be considered for landmark designation in this great honor. Both church structures fit the Chicago landmarks criteria, so why not recognize both St. Adalbert and St. Paul as Chicago landmarks? Why not celebrate both of these buildings, noting their importance? I'm shortening my speech quite a bit, and I just want to say Preservation Chicago fully and enthusiastically supports this landmark designation with the Pilsen community, so many people of faith. This has brought architects, community members, all together of different faiths, races. It's been an amazing process. Let's landmark these buildings and let's get to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Okay, next up is Maria O'Neill, who's going to be followed by Wanda Jensiuska of 3901 North Trip, M. Picula of 838 North Nobel, Silskin Gomez from 2654 Monroe Street, and Rosa Ibanez of 2026 West 18th Place. So you're all on deck. Ms. O'Neill.
We have been manipulated by our clergy since the judgment on our God by Pilate. For all of us here, that by choosing the church, we choose God and his law to prevail and heal our wounded world. Praise the first glorious mystery, he is resurrected. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary, full of... Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up, Wanda. Please state your full name and address.
So sorry, everybody. My English isn't perfect. Dear brothers and sisters, Godfather create me and everybody from us. Godfather create spirit world because he is spirit. Our spirit never die. Body come back to the ground, spirit come back to the God forever. Polish people, very poor, coming to America and building churches, house to the God. In church, we can take only in church all sacraments, like baptism, confirmation, marriage, all sacraments, 7 sacraments. And first person who building temple to the God was the smart king, I'm sorry, son to Solomon, King Solomon. That was, I'm sorry, nobody helped me? Solomon, the smarter king to the God. And temple is in temple living God, Holy Trinity. And I think we people can sell God house. Nobody will be like somebody came in selling our house, take our house for free, destroy. Oh God, I'm a little stressful. So sorry. Take a break. Sorry. Sorry. Please, everybody who believe in God, please don't sell, don't sold, don't destroy house to the God. I almost cry. I am God's child. Please help me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, M. Piccola, 838 Nobel. Solskin Gomez. Okay, great. Come along. So just to repeat it, after this one, we have Rosa Ibanez, Anina, who spoke earlier, Dr. Mark, the handwriting's tough, 175 North Harbor Drive, and then Edward Korecki of 3335 North Harding.
Ja chcę mówić bardzo krótko, bo mam tylko 1,5 minuty, bo chcę, żeby ktoś mi to tłumaczył.
I'm going to speak very briefly. I'm going to talk for a minute just to translate.
Więc ten kościół jest po raz pierwszy został okradziony przez księdza, który się nim opiekował.
The church was first stolen by the priest who was responsible for the building.
Był ksiądz Emerald. Został okradziony na 6 milionów.
It was stolen for 6 million.
Drugi raz został okradziony ten sam kościół z przepięknej Piety.
The second time the church was stolen again for the Pieta.
A teraz po raz trzeci chce być okradziony i chce być zupełnie zniszczony, ponieważ ksiądz Emerald ma kłopoty finansowe, bo zgarnął 12 milionów i teraz musi jakoś coś z nimi zrobić.
And now the church is going to be stolen for a third time because the priest responsible for it is $12 million in debt, and now he has to cover his debt somehow.
Ma ogromne kłopoty finansowe i dlatego się zgodził na to, żeby ten kościół został zniszczony, bo zostało mu obiecane, że dostanie pieniądze na swój kościół, jak ten kościół zostanie zniszczony.
And now he's in trouble, so he wants to sell the church and cover his financial losses, because if he's not, he'll be responsible for the debt.
To jest cała tajemnica tego kościoła, dlaczego ten kościół musi być zniszczony.
And that's the whole mystery behind this, and why this whole proceeding is here, and why the church needs to be sold and destroyed.
Poza tym bardzo się dziwię, że archidiecezja, która jest władna, jest bardzo bezczelna i bardzo zła i bardzo skandaliczna, ponieważ pieniądze, które archidiecezja wydaje na to, żeby ten kościół zniszczyć, to ten kościół by już dawno był na lepszej drodze.
And the archdiocese is evil and unfair for wanting to destroy the church. If it wasn't for the archdiocese, the church would function.
Prawdopodobnie to już jest koniec tych moich Aha, jeszcze mam minutę, będę starał się jak najszybciej powiedzieć.
I still have a minute. I was trying to speak as fast as I could.
Poza tym, ojej, to tak na szybko. Muszą oddać Pietę nam.
They must return the Pieta and the windows.
Musi oddać ksiądz Emerald
The pastor, the priest must return the windows and the Pieta.
musi oddać nam również okna, te witraże.
I want to remind everybody, one voice at a time,
Musi tam
please.
wiele rzeczy, których skradł.
The pastor has to return many of the items he's stolen, including the stained glass windows.
No to dziękuję bardzo, bo to tak na szybko.
Thank you very much. That was my brief statement.
Thank you. And if both of you could state your names to the record, please.
Jakby pani powiedziała swoje imię.
Maria Pikula, 838 North Nobel,
Thank you.
apartment 1506.
And go ahead, sir. That's fine. Go ahead. What was your name, sir?
Alexander Lockerbauer Lynn.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move along. Okay, Silskin. 2654 Monroe. And just to remind everybody, the reason, there's a very practical reason I'm saying I want to hear one voice at a time. It's because we're transcribing everything. So we have to be able to get you on the record and hear one thing at a time. So out of politeness and also process. Thank you.
Okay.
Continue.
My name is Solskin Gomez Crow, and I live in Forest Park. But I am here today as a parishioner of Christ, the Institute of Christ the King, which is in Woodlawn, a church that was graciously landmarked. It was also a Harry Schlack's building. And I'm here to testify that even though a church is closed, it still has life. Our church was given to our order by Cardinal George because it had been landmarked. He didn't know what to do with it. And they came and rebuilt and built a parish that thrived till 2021, till the Cardinal Cupich canceled the Latin Mass. Yet our parishioners still come and celebrate and reverence because we created a community in Chicago where we still help our neighbors, and we cannot worship. You can still create a community in a building if it's given to the right people. This community raised money to repair those towers, and they were denied their church because the Arch had other plans. Those towers could have been fixed long ago. So don't make that an excuse, Archdiocese. There are so many excuses that the Archdiocese is doing, and they're not fixing our church. I'm talking about the overall church in Chicago. They're dividing us. The church is about charity. And now we've gone into capitalism. And so I am honored here as a parishioner of a closed church that had life and can be restored, to say that it is possible, but we need landmark status to make it possible. Landmark status will allow us to fundraise and to bring the church back and bring it back for the community, for somebody. And so we are a city that has been built from fire. Why do we limit ourselves? And I'm here just to say that. And I ask the Blessed Mother Virgin to hear our prayers, and that we will recite the Hail Mary again. Oh, no, we can't. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Miss Ibanez?
My name is Rosa Ibanez. 2026 was 18th place. And I am in favor of the landmark for St. Adalbert's because this is a beautiful church. No one is ever going to see another church like this again. What the architect for the Archdiocese brought up, that it's not beautiful enough to be landmark, or not, it doesn't have all those materials to be landmark, he's wrong. That's his personal opinion, I believe. That this is a beautiful church. It's been here over 100 years, long before us, long after us. It deserves to be landmarked. He said that there were other buildings that were deserving to be landmarked, but he also forgets that there were buildings that were destroyed by that Adler and Sullivan created, including the home of Adler. So in that, I think you should really landmark this church. It's beautiful. It's part of the community. People who grew up in that community recognize that church. They know their home when they see that church. That church was also my home too. Before it was St. Anne, which the Archdiocese sold and did not have to sell because it was not in debt. There was a plan to consolidate all the churches, and St. Anne was the only church that was in the black but it was sold. So you tell me how that's justified. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Jakubowski, the floor is
Yes.
yours.
That's me, Anina Jacobowski. I'm in Downers Grove currently. Do you need a specific address?
For the record, yes.
7225 Webster Street.
Thank you.
I want to say this morning was kind of rough. I feel like David fighting Goliath. All this stuff that was going on this morning wasn't fair to us here. I do appreciate the commissioners listening to us and what we have to say. I know you have a hard job ahead of you in trying to decipher this and sort it out. But I do want to say that I don't understand why the diocese is pitting another group of parishioners against us. Why are they being used and manipulated to carry out the evil of the diocese? What is going on now? We have a religious war in the world going on, and now we have one here in the city. This is ridiculous as to what's going on. The windows were removed, and then it was the diocese who came and told the St. Paul they would have to pay for that. Why? Why? Why is the diocese manipulating St. Paul people against us? I grew up, that's my parish, St. Adalbert's. All my siblings went there. I can remember a time when we played volleyball and softball against the other parochial churches in that area. Now it's one church against another church. I don't belong to St. Paul's. In a matter of 3 seconds, somebody scrawls their name on a decree and tells me I now belong there. Sorry, this is the US. I go where I want to go. I go where I can find my spiritual needs met. The way the diocese is operating, they need to clean their own house. They need to fix a lot of things. And another thing is a mere fact that these churches were built by people, for people. If 150 years ago, they knew that this church was going to be sold by a man that doesn't even come from Chicago, do you think they would have built this? Think about it. Just think about it. Use your own mind to figure this out. This is also wrong. And like everybody says, it's a matter of money. Money. Everything comes down to money. So please, from my heart, I know you'll find it in your heart to do the right thing and landmark this building, this complex, this church, which means so much to so many people, and let it stand for another 100 years because it was built into the bedrock. Unlike St. Paul's back in 2008, their church was in fear of crumbling because the sacristy floor was falling. They got 10 million from the diocese. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jakubowski. Okay. Next up, Mark. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yep, my name is Ted Jankowski, 4236 South Richmond Street in Chicago. I'm not a real estate transfer expert or a architectural expert with 43 years or a zoning commissioner, but I'm just a person who's been watching this from the distance for quite a while. And I just wanted to say a few words. Even if the property is sold and a lot of money is realized, it may not go where it's intended. As we've seen, things sometimes happen. And as far as the great arguments that people made this morning about low-income housing, well, there's a lot of places around here. If you look on Ogden and Roosevelt, around that FBI building, there's a lot of vacant land. In the past, I came upon this book called Muldoon by Rocco Ficini. It's in the library, and I would urge everyone who's on the committee to get this book and read it. There's a lot of similarities between the Church of St. Charles at Borromeo and St. Adalbert's. It was a big church, even bigger than St. Adalbert, much bigger. And it was struggling due to, according to the book, some bad management. Okay, the plan was to close it It was demolished. People were to go to Holy Trinity Church, and that was going to suffice and serve the medical community. Well, as it turns out, Holy Trinity is closed, and now there's a big void. So I urge all of you to get this book and read it. And it's a good story, whether you are a Catholic or not. But there's many similarities, and they should be looked at. Also, I want to mention that the plan of consolidation, demolishing, it didn't work in 1969. It's not working in 1999. It's not going to work today. So I appeal to the bishop and his boss to reconsider and to mediate this dispute. And if it takes landmarking, do it. Get St. Adalbert open because of its intrinsic spiritual value. Now, when people give money to a church, they're not looking to get a tax deduction. They're looking to get spiritual intrinsic value. And that's what you get with a church like St. Adalbert. That's my opinion. And I realize that's not on the list of landmarking criteria, but perhaps it should be. That's all I've got. Get this book. You'll love it. I guarantee it.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Craig.
you.
I did pass over somebody, the address was 175 North Harbor Drive. If that sounds like you. Is that you? Okay, I think that person didn't show. This is Anna? Anna Leja? Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Is Anna here? Okay, I'm gonna read a few more as she makes her way to the podium. Is that her? She's here, okay. Coming up, Miguel Sharon. Thank you for being patient today. Followed by Marielle Garcia of 4709 North Virginia, and Janina Skorska of 4027 West 58th Street.
Good afternoon, Commissioner and ladies and gentlemen of the Commission on Chicago Landmarks.
And please
My-
make sure to state your name. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Anna Leja, and I am a member of the congregation of now closed St. Adalbert Church. I deeply believe that today the inside-outside landmarking status be granted to this magnificent and architecturally and historically significant church. A church that was designed in the early 1900s by a leading ecclesiastical architect, Henry Schlax, and built to the glory of God by Polish immigrants. St. Adalbert Church was a place of worship for generations of Polish and Mexican Catholics, and now it is still a visual landmark in the Pilsen neighborhood. In the city of diverse cultures and awesome architecture of old and modern, St. Adalbert Church is a real treasure. It is a gift of generations of Polish immigrants to the city of Chicago, a city of immigrants that became our home. In the city, so rich in diverse cultures, it is extremely important that we preserve this architectural marvel of exceptional beauty for generations to come of any heritage. We must all remember that America's historic sites are irreplaceable. Once they are gone, they are lost forever. Ladies and gentlemen of Chicago Commission on Landmarks, I implore you to vote in favor of granting the inside and outside landmarking status with the requirement of returning all items like stained glass windows, religious paintings, and statues, etc., past far removed from the church to St. Adalbert Church. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to express my opinion, and I thank City Council for allowing this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Miguel Chacon, and unlike most of the people that spoke here today, I actually live in Pilsen. I'm not coming from the North Shore or Midway or Park Ridge. I live in Pilsen and I own a building right down the block. I'd like to make sure that it's on the record that most of the people that are speaking today do not actually live in the neighborhood. As in fact, I only heard one address from the actual neighborhood. I'm obviously here to speak about my opposition to the landmarking of the church. And while I understand, I will reclaim my time otherwise. While I understand the emotional attachment that many individuals might have to this building, it's imperative to recognize that this building as a place of worship has ended. And the exorbitant cost of restoration makes it just absolutely impossible for this building to ever come back as a place of worship. And the sentiment to preserve a church is understandable, but we must confront the hard reality that landmarking this structure will only hinder future redevelopment opportunities that could address the critical need for more affordable housing at that site. By choosing to prioritize the preservation of one complex, the Landmark Commission risks perpetuating the blight and decay that we've seen in other neighborhoods. Other neighborhoods like St. Boniface Church in Noble Square. That church sat vacant for 34 years because a very loud group of parishioners insisted that it reopen. It never did. And those actions sadly created a towering eyesore in the community that failed to bring any vitality to the neighborhood. Thousands of homes or thousands of dollars could have been paid in annual taxes, lost revenue, lost housing opportunities because they wanted to save a building that wasn't. It's also important to draw attention to the challenges that these structures pose. And it's no different than for the city of Chicago, which 20 years ago landmarked a building on the south side at the back of the Yards Bank building. They have spent millions of dollars for upkeep. And the estimated restoration of $7 million back in 2006 has proved cost prohibitive for any developer to take on the project. If a city with an $18 billion annual budget can't restore its own landmarks, how can this commission expect anyone else to do so? And just a few years ago, Alderman Sitcho, when he opposed the creation of the Pilsen Landmark District, he said, quote, "It would not benefit the community, especially considering the financial hardship it would entail." I would also like to make this commission aware that that Alderman Sitcho, for all the high-pitched yelling that you've seen here today, has not had a single community meeting and failed to answer my question when I asked how many people in the neighborhood or how many meetings he had had. What he does instead is rally a fringe group at press conferences for attention. And you saw it today after listening to his yelling match. It's obvious he has a personal vendetta against the church. And let's be honest, the only reason we're here today, the only reason this building is being considered is because Alderman Sitcho illegally tried and failed to downzone that property. This is a retaliatory action from an alderman who is nothing more than a political opportunist, and he's using a lot of the people here as pawns. I urge the Landmark Commission to vote no and prioritize urgent housing needs of the community over the loud voices of a lot of the fringe group of people that are here from the suburbs and do not represent our neighborhood.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please. So I want to make something clear. We could be here all afternoon. So I want to make something clear. Excuse me. I'll wait. I want to make clear the reason that we went out of order, recognizing that we're in the section of testimony of people who are pro landmark nomination, was because the gentleman was going to speak earlier during the party period. I decided to split the difference and put him in the middle of the deck rather than at the bottom because he should have gone about an hour ago. But we are going to move back into people who are testifying on behalf of the landmark nomination. So just want to make clear that.
Sir, I don't know if my son put my name down. Irene Mosco Del Gaitis, Del Giudice in Italian.
Here.
Mr.
If you want to go
Mazzullo.
ahead, state your name and your address. And
You do?
Make sure, we're looking right now. You said your son put filled out the form?
I hope so.
All right, say your name and address
I'm
one
here
more time. We'll look for it
since
while you're talking.
Started. May I say something?
If you may.
Irene Mosco in Polish, Del Giudice in Italian.
Yep.
If I give you my address. we
I
can
do
come to
have
my
you here,
house?
but I have you a few back. If you don't mind being in line with everybody, I just want to make sure we're being fair for
So,
people who turn
Did
these
he
in.
put my name down or?
Oh yeah,
not?
you're in here. You're about I've got about 5 more before you. But thank you for showing up. And please
Thank
be
you for
patient.
your courtesy. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Okay, did we already? I want to say Mariel Garcia of 4709 North Virginia. I hope I'm seeing, some of the handwriting is a little bit tough. Okay. Janina Skorska of 4027 West 58th Street. Okay. Azimskes of 4027 West 58th Street. Anybody coming up? I know him. Okay. Andy Bobak of 4051 North Mason. You're here? Great, come on up, please. Doesn't want to speak? Okay, that's fine. Gregors Kuzbivs, I'm going to go with your address, sir. 3010 North Normandy Avenue. 3010 North Normandy Avenue. Okay. Margot Dumel of 7750 Van Buren. Excellent. Why don't you please come up to the microphone? Thank you. And Irene, who was here before, you're right after her. So thank you for waiting. It wasn't too long.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, hi, I'm Margot Dumel. I am descendants of immigrants who built the church. The Konechny and Payunk families originally lived at 1655 West 17th Street in Chicago. I went to St. Adalbert's, and my family's been there for over 100 years and still are across the street. I am in favor of landmarking. The church, before it closed, I don't know if it was around 2016 or so, there was a delegation from Poland, from the University of Lublin, that was doing a survey of all of the Polish diaspora churches in the United States. And they came to St. Adalbert's as the very first church that they looked at because they considered it the premier example of Polish diaspora churches in terms of the heritage and culture, and also that it was unchanged from 1914, even with the thing in the 60s, with the altar rail and everything. Obviously, that has changed with the removal of all the objects. But at one point, just a few years ago, it was a very prime example of a 1914 church. One thing that hasn't been mentioned in terms of architecture, exterior as well as interior, is the dome. The stained glass dome over the altar is done by Tiffany. It is a Tiffany dome in blue, and you can only see it when you go up to the altar rail and look up. It is a beautiful stained glass dome. So just, I don't know if you know about that. The other thing, for the interior, there's over 30 tons of Carrara marble in the altar. And I know that at certain points in time, the priest at St. Paul was talking about, looking into selling the marble and the granite, by the pound, selling it off by the pound. I mean, this is a church, it is an Italian Renaissance style, based on St. Paul's outside the walls in Rome, and very traditional style. I'm surprised that the Archdiocese was, questioning traditions, considering their 2,000-year-old tradition themselves. So it's an irreplaceable church. It is historical. It has a lot of value in terms of the history of immigration as well as the church itself. So I do implore you to give it landmark status. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience once again. If you wouldn't mind repeating your name and address for the record.
Thank you for letting me speak. What did he say? Okay, Irene Moscal, del Gaitis, del Giudice in Italian. My Polish name is Moskal. 4307 Atlantic, Schiller Park, Illinois. But I was born in Chicago, so I fight for Chicago people. Anyway, can I start?
Yes, you may.
Okay. What I don't understand is why the parishioners of St. Paul are fighting against the landmark designation. I can tell you why. If the land where St. Adalbert's is sold, at least some of the proceeds would go to St. Paul. As my father told me many times, follow the money. The Archdiocese is putting one group against the other, and this is wrong, very wrong. St. Adalbert's means too much to Polonia to be destroyed. An example of a church being saved by Polonia was St. John Cantius Church, Świętego Jana Kantego. My brother was president of the Polish National Alliance, Polish American Congress, and he made sure that St. John Cantius would not be destroyed. I'm sorry, there is no question that St. Adalbert's qualifies for landmarking, both inside and outside. And St. Paul needs to bring back the piazza and the windows. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to read the next five. We have Maria Preciosissima Ryman of 4426 North Damon Avenue. We've got Stanislaw, I can't read the handwriting, but it looks like 5308 North Nottingham in Norwich. Helena Klimek of 2366 County Farm Lane, and Eduarda Lackey of 824 Beacon Drive. So first is Ms. Ryman. Not here, okay. Stanislaw? Sorry? Okay, thank you. Helena Klimek? Eduarda Lackey? Okay. Yeah, because right now we do the orange pages afterwards. It's a good question. The reason is because that's the process. Those are the bylaws for this process. So we begin with the pink pages and then we go to the against landmarking after that. Those are the rules. Every session is done that way. You do come second, but we're coming this point in the process. We've heard from both sides, but in the public comment portion, this is how it's always done. I recognize that it's a long time to wait, and I appreciate your patience. I understand. Okay, thank you. Eduardo Lackey, are you here? Victoria Granacki? Excellent, thank you, Victoria. After that is, I can't see the last name, but Daniel, 3545 North Paris, if that's you. Come on up, you're next. Ms. Granacki, please, you have the floor.
Victoria Granatsky, 3621 North Magnolia in Chicago. I'm an architectural historian, a historic preservation consultant, and I have appeared in the past many, many times before the Landmarks Commission. And I am also have researched and written and given tours and lectures on Catholic churches, specifically Polish Catholic churches in the city of Chicago. But I'm not here today to tell you what I think about the architectural quality of this church. I'm here to tell you what the Chicago Archdiocese thinks of it, because I have a book here called Heavenly City, which was published by the Chicago Archdiocese in 2005, written by Dennis McNamara, in which it says, the visually stunning churches in this book are some of the most significant churches in the Archdiocese of Chicago, addressing both their architectural and theological significance. And St. Adalbert's is one of the churches in this book. So there you have it. You heard a consultant today who was comparing a Polish Catholic church to Presbyterian Gothic churches in downtown. And also mentioned one Polish Catholic church, St. Stanislaus, when he talked about which did not have the distinctive towers that this church has. Those towers have been removed. So to make a comparison, that shows that St. Adalbert is in fact more architecturally significant in one of the points he was stating. I also wanted to say that in this book, there is a very long discussion about Henry Schlax and the importance of Henry Schlax as one of the archdiocesan architects, right in this book. There are 10 churches, 10 Polish Catholic churches that are deemed historically significant by the archdiocese, and 3 of those are, well, 3 of those have already been closed. So 3 of the 10 Polish Catholic churches have been closed already. One demolished, St. John of God, St. Michael in the South Shore is closed, and now this would be the 3rd. So they are on a relentless campaign, as you can see, to target the Polish Catholic churches. One more thing I wanted to say, that Pilsen is that in terms of historic significance, Pilsen is one of the original of 5 Polish areas of Polish settlement in the city of Chicago after Polish downtown. And I wanted to say one more thing, even though I don't live in the neighborhood, I was a contributor to the campaign to restore the towers several years ago and gave several $1,000s. And my check was returned when the Archdiocese of Chicago decided not to take that money to try and address some of the financial problems of restoring the towers. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. After our next speaker, we've got Iwona Noble, followed by Jennifer Check, followed by Mandy Baranchek. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm here on behalf of Stuart Dybeck. So for those that are not familiar with Stuart Dybeck, he was awarded a MacArthur Genius Grant. In 2004, he actually received the One Book, One Chicago Award. And so his book, and he is someone who not only was born in Pilsen, but raised there and has written about it and made it popular throughout the world. So here's a statement. I am in support of landmark designation for St. Adalbert Church, an iconic neighborhood cathedral in Pilsen that must be protected from a demolition piece by piece. Chicago's uniqueness and greatness as a city is rooted in the racial and ethnic diversity that characterizes neighborhoods. The living history of those neighborhoods keeps them vital in the present and projects and protects that vitality for future. Once the sources of world-famous writing tradition, which in turn characterizes the city on an international scale, as say Dickens does London, is rooted in its neighborhood. Gwendolyn Brooks, Saul Bellows, Sandra Cisneros, Studs Terkel, Nelson Algren, among many others are iconic Chicago writers because their talent arises from these neighborhoods. Arts like literature and music are forged in the city that in turn give the city its soul. That is obviously true of Chicago's architecture, the source of the city's beauty, history, and soulfulness. A city is an interplay of its physical presence and its spirit. St. Adalbert's was built to provide a spiritual haven, and over its long history has also become an essential landmark of Pilsen that defines the soul of both the storied neighborhood and this city. Stuart, that was on behalf of Stuart Dybeck, D-Y-B-E-K, Stuart, S-T-U-A-R-T.
Thank you very much. And what's your name for the record?
Daniel Pogozelski.
Thank you. 3545 North Paris for the record. All right. Iwona Noble. Iwona? Well, if you're testifying, we'd have to have you at the microphone to include you as for it. Okay, that's fine. We'll include that. Thank you very much. Jennifer Check. Check, the floor is yours.
My name is Jennifer Check, and I live on Pacific Avenue in Chicago. St. Adalbert has served generations of Polish immigrants, and my family is among them. I'm an art major and architectural preservation enthusiast. I am also a concerned Polish Catholic who is saddened and disturbed at how St. Adalbert has been treated by the Archdiocese. I am in favor of landmarking St. Adalbert. This church is a valuable example of historic architecture and religious significance, as well as social and cultural importance. It represents all the Polish and Mexican immigrants who found a home and solidarity in this Chicago community. My family is among the many who attended. They're probably spinning in their graves watching this unfold. At the time St. Adalbert was built, religion played a significant role in the lives of community members. For many of us, it still does. Seeing the towers at St. Adalbert's welcomes us from near and far, as it has for as long as my parents can remember. In the case of Pilsen, it feels like the Polish churches are being shuttered and forsaken by the Archdiocese, an organization that has a history of questionable choices. They will preserve certain churches and let others rot. Preservation Chicago has noted that the Archdiocese sometimes commits to restoration, such as, interesting, St. Paul and St. Mary of the Angels, but also it seeks to demolish others like St. James, St. Lawrence, and St. Dominic. The Archdiocese claims they can't afford repairs for St. Adalbert, but they can spend $2 million a month, according to a September 2019 decree, for scaffolding and other expenses. A tiny portion of all they've spent thus far could have restored the church. Maybe what the Archdiocese needs is a super nanny equivalent of a forensic accountant. It appears the Archdiocese wanted the church to fall into such disrepair that it becomes a nuisance requiring demolition, allowing an easier and massive land sale. As a concerned Catholic, I wonder if the Archdiocese truly aims to serve God and the community, or the green god, namely money. Landmarking St. Adalbert, you will preserve and prevent greedy development eager to gentrify Pilsen and destroy their community. Landmarking will provide possibilities for repair funding and will ensure we can keep this sacred place. We want to see St. Adalbert saved and put to use as a continued and enduring benefit to the community and all of us. By protecting this church, we are protecting our community and memories of our ancestors who founded this church. Landmark St. Adalbert and promise us, prove to us, the former parishioners and the descendants of loyal parishioners, that Chicago can and does value its citizens and its architecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Mandy Baron-Czech, followed by Patrick Grossi of Preservation Chicago, Adam Nathanson of Preservation Chicago, and Janusz Garolak of PO Box 3603.
Hello, my name is Mandy Baron-Czech, 3759 North Pacific Avenue. I support the landmarking of St. Adalbert Church and come before you not only as a concerned citizen, but as a descendant of loyal parishioners. How can I summarize the significance of this church? It was designed by a prolific architect, Henry J. Schlacks, was founded in 1874 and dedicated in 1914 for the Polish immigrant community. It is currently a cherished part of the Polish and Mexican community, and it is built in the Polish cathedral style. It is an immediately recognizable face and community member that should receive the same respect as an elder statesman. St. Adalbert's is not just a church, or as it appears the Archdiocese views it, like a random house up for sale. It is a family and it is a home. You don't need to live in Pilsen to understand that. My family is predominantly Polish, and I am a proud member of that ethnic community. St. Adalbert is also a significant importance to the Mexican American community, a spiritual home to my Hispanic brothers and sisters. Alderman Byron Lopez had previously called for landmarking St. Adalbert, noting that landmark status could birth potential for state and city funding, alleviating the cost of repairs to the church and campus, thus allowing it to remain in the community and to be put to continued valuable and meaningful use. Landmarking will not only save this historic architecturally and culturally significant building, it will also show a desire to halt the constant destruction of our architecture. Alderman Lopez and the many former parishioners have made it clear that St. Adalbert has been and is still a vital part of Pilsen. It has been said that the church needs extensive repairs and that the Archdiocese has said for years that repairs are too costly. How? Between the churches they've consolidated and the money they put into scaffolding, They could have paid for necessary repairs time and again instead of allowing continued deterioration. It feels like that was the plan. Gentrification destroys everything it touches. Landmark St. Adalbert and protect Chicago's multicultural ethnic communities and our priceless architecture. Landmarked, the space can be used in a meaningful way that benefits the community, for the memory of what we all had and for the promise and gift of what St. Adalbert can provide in the future. Please, landmark St. Adalbert as it is a historically significant community treasure. Landmark and save this important member of our community. Thank you, and thank you, Alderman Lopez.
Thank you. Mr. Grossi, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Grossi, and I'm here today on behalf of Preservation Chicago. My organization is obviously steadfast in its support of the St. Adalbert Parish Complex and its appropriateness for City of Chicago landmark status. You've heard much today about the campus's architectural qualities, the church's soaring grandeur. You've likewise heard much about the American immigrant communities with intimate connections to this site, in particular Pilsen's Polish American and Mexican American communities. I'd like to just briefly reiterate the role of historic resources such as St. Adalbert's as community anchors and neighborhood assets. Service is as much a part of the history of these buildings as is brick and mortar. And advancing the landmark process allows the opportunity for that service to continue, allows these buildings to provide a sense of continuity to the Pilsen community and broader Chicago, and ensures that we do not needlessly waste the labor, materials, and energy past generations exerted to erect this church and its supporting structures. On its architectural merits, its history of service, and its potential for much desired and evolving use, the St. Adalbert Parish Complex is a more than fitting candidate for City of Chicago landmark status. Preservation Chicago strongly encourages the Commission and City Council to advance its consideration. And since I have a minute remaining, I'd just like to say on record, there's been a lot of discussion today or suggestion or assertion that the city's broader goals of affordable housing is somehow at odds with the landmarking process. I'd like to counter-assert that affordable housing and historic preservation are not mutually exclusive. This site that we're talking about could accommodate affordable housing. You have a surface parking lot, you have an existing convent and rectory, you have a school building that could easily convert to residential use. So I realize this is getting further afield from what we're supposed to be talking about, but I did just want to take the time to make that point. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Grossi. Adam Natanchun.
Hello, my name is Adam Natanchun, also with Preservation Chicago, 3074 West Palmer. Before I begin my prepared remarks, I want to just say how moved I've been today by the incredible comments from the community. It's amazing. We live in a crazy time, and to see this degree of passion and love and care for a community and for the building that is at the heart of it, it's really inspiring. And I think we live in a time where inspiration is, maybe we could all use a little more inspiration. With that, I would like to read from my prepared remarks. Preservation Chicago and myself, we're here to support the landmark recommendation for St. Adalbert and the campus. I'd like to see the demolition. Demolition would represent the end of this incredible 150-year story, whereas a landmark designation would represent a new beginning. And it would hopefully take many of the elements that have made it so special these past 150 years and then make it even more important and more valuable to the community in the decades to come. St. Adalbert was designed by celebrated ecclesiastic architect Henry Schlacks in the Renaissance Revival style in 1912. He studied the finest European cathedrals and used their models to inform and inspire his designs. Widely recognized as a master of church design, his effort helped American church construction, specifically Chicago church construction, to rival those in Europe. Henry Schlacks was a master. He designed incredible churches across Chicago, and one wonders why so few of them have already been designated Chicago landmarks. And if you see the churches, it's clearly not the design of the churches. Perhaps it's the ownership. St. Adalbert's has been a beloved centerpiece of the Pilsen community since it was constructed. It was cherished because of its beauty and its elegance, but also its value to the community, which was far deeper than just the surface. The construction was a monumental process, paid for by the immigrant community that lived, worked, played, and prayed in Pilsen. St. Adalbert's was more than just the heart of the faith community. It also served as a primary community institution. It was a source of community building, and it provided a wide range of social services. The legacy of St. Adalbert can and should continue today. Clearly, there is a robust faith community that would like to see St. Adalbert continue to serve as a church. Additionally, Chicago is experiencing many social crises, including hunger, homelessness, mental health services, and there's an urgent need for immigrant settlement. St. Adalbert can and should play a central role in addressing these challenges. If the proposed landmark recommendation for the former St. Adalbert Church is approved, I'm confident that once again, St. Adalbert will be able to serve and inspire the Pilsen community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nathanshon. All right, next few that we have is Janusz Garalocki, followed by Alexander Lachenbauer, followed by Alexander Daniel, followed by Alice Swiergal of 2323 West Iowa Street. Any of those people here? Advancing to the microphone? Great.
Thank you, Mr. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you, Mr. Rubin and the commissioners. I am Alexander Donnell. My address is 4915 North Kilpatrick Avenue in Chicago. I'm chairman of an organization, Americans of Polish Descent, AMAPOD, and I am in favor of landmark status. I'd like to take my time to address some statements from witnesses that testified on behalf of the owner. Regarding what Bishop Lombardi said, he stated that that this landmark status constituted inappropriate government intervention into the affairs of the church. In my opinion, that's false. This is not a matter of dogma nor of religious practice. This is purely a civic matter. And I'd like to point out that if the church made a decision to build an incinerator on the property, it'd be subject to air pollution laws, regardless of what any pastor, bishop, or even the Pope might say. You have to follow the law. And that doesn't impede on religious freedom. Bishop Lombardi also talked at length about his and the church's role as being the trustee of the parishioners. But I'd like to point out to Bishop Lombardi that there exists a concept called perpetual trust. The bishop and other members of the church hierarchy should faithfully execute the covenants of an implied perpetual trust established between it and the parishioners who built this house of worship. Those original parishioners toiled long hours at difficult, often dangerous jobs. They scrimped and saved, and then they brought their nickels and pennies to the collection baskets. They sacrificed because they believed in a project to create a house of worship of lasting beauty. This object of lasting beauty was created with the understanding of a perpetual trust with the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church betrays that trust when it ignores the beauty and sees only pieces of silver. Regarding some of the other witnesses for the owner, there was an impassioned plea from a woman from St. Paul, a representative, claiming that landmark status harms that parish. I have several points in response to her, although I heard her passion, but still I want to respond. Firstly, she seemed to state that the survival of her parish is dependent on an unencumbered sale of St. Albert's. But selling real estate is not a typical business activity of parishioners. Most parishes have no real estate to sell. So how is it that this particular parish, quick.
You can finish the sentence. Yeah. Finish the sentence that you're on and we'll close it
How
off.
is it that this particular parish which happens to have an inheritance must sell that inheritance.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up, we have Alice Swirgle of 2323 West Iowa Street, Alex Fries of PO Box 461 Wooddale, followed, ooh, this one is, I think this was Rosa Ibanez, who we heard from already, unless there's a different person here. Okay. And Mandy Baron-Check we already heard from. These are starting to be repeats. Jennifer Check we heard from. Bridget McBride, are you here? Okay. Susan Zelazo Smith of 5911 West 63rd Street, are you here? Tony Sokolowski of 1032, can't tell, but it's Glenview. You here? You want to speak? You can go ahead if you'd like.
All right.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexander Lockerbauer Lynn from 3045 North Milwaukee Avenue. I was asked today to appear here on behalf of my clients. I'm an immigration attorney. I'm Polish by heritage. I speak Polish fluently, as demonstrated earlier. And
if I may interrupt, who is your client?
I don't know specifically. They just came in, like in that sense.
Did you fill out a form?
Yes, I did. No, I'm not appearing on behalf of my clients. I'm appearing on my own behalf.
Oh, that's fine.
But they motivated me. Yes, it was Alexander Lockerbauer. You named me. I was the second
Okay.
one.
Sorry about that. Please continue.
So I wanted to say this was so important to my community on the Northwest side that this church is part of my heritage as a Polish American, Polish Chicagoan, that I was compelled to come here today. At the same time, hearing the presentation today from, I believe, DPD, if I'm not wrong, on the value of this building and the passion demonstrated clearly today by, I don't know, approximately maybe 200 members of the Polish community that came out today to speak for this. I don't think there's any doubt that remains of the importance of this structure to Chicago, to Chicagoans, to the people that came before us and people who will come after us. And so very clearly, I'd be asking for landmark status of this building. However, I also wanted to thank the alderman for his passionate speech today. I haven't always seen eye to eye with him, but it was really moving today, and I believe it touched a lot of people as well. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have, I think we already said this one, Alexander Denno. We already heard from you. Alice Zwirgle of 2323 West Iowa Street.
Can I start?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're up. Why don't you go ahead? Say
Thank
your
you.
name and address.
My name is Anthony Sokolowski, and I'm very surprised why people which talk in the beginning of this conversation, especially ladies, and second probably is gone, why they don't like to have a landmark property in the neighborhood. Any property of designation as a landmark, it's a profit to the neighborhood. So this is contradict this reason, and that's only money probably, nothing else. And plus, especially if it's the church. 2,000 years ago, almost, the man who lived as a human, his name is Jesus. Looks like many clergy forget about him. He left us because he was crucified, because the people don't like to hear the truth. And he left us with a miracle, which we can practice and attend every day, Eucharisty. In Eucharisty, let's change from the bread to the life body of Jesus. And that can happen only with the priest and in the church. And we criticize, we should protect these buildings because the faith is like bouncing, and which now we almost reach the top of the status, material status, but that could go lower soon. And unfortunately, the material status doesn't go with the faith. And people will look for the churches so they can have Eucharisty, not only faithful, but unfaithful too, so they can feel the love of the God. And also, I'm very shocked by the speech of the Bishop Lombardo or Lombardi. That's the proof. He left us because he doesn't even try to find one sheep. He lost everybody. He doesn't want to hear the arguments we have, and begging through him as a servant of God to save this. This is, I don't want to live on such a world. I miss my people over there, which left. That's called, we need the church. We need the God to live in harmony, to be civilized. And next, the architect, how he diminished the church because he's different. That's more colorful. And this church, this is like, used to be more than Sears Tower of Water Tower, analogically compare. That's beautiful. We don't have a beautiful structure in the Pilsen. That could be like a real Sears Tower forever. And please protect this place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, I have 4 more forms for folks who are, I believe are present, and then I'm going to move on to reading some names into the record of folks who aren't here but wanted to get on the record for in favor of landmark designation. Isabelito Trevilla, Jennifer Carlin Mills, Danuta Podowski, and Edward Korecki. I think we heard you already, if you're still here. We didn't hear you. Okay, then you're fourth. Thank you for reminding me. I did see your name before, but why don't you go ahead? The floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bridget McBride, and first I'd like to applaud you all. Give yourself a round of applause for being here and making a difference. This is what Chicago's made of. We're 77 neighborhoods. Pilsen, it's your time to finally get a landmarked church. St. Aldebert's, imagine looking at that picture 150 years ago. Could you tell those immigrants that they were insignificant, that their contribution meant nothing? 150 years ago, the immigrants built what they turned into a vision, a campus of, if you might. Looking at that location right now, the entire campus needs to be landmarked. From the facade of the heart of the campus, the church, to all the supporting buildings and back, it's a piece of pie. One doesn't work without the other. As far as the church itself, the Archdiocese, we need you to return those stained glass windows. They're significant. They're part of our church, and they need to come back. And to set the record straight, I guess there was a donation from a donation offered to the Archdiocese for $3 million to actually repair the bell towers, as well as several donations, all of which were rejected or sent back. So the notion that there was no money to repair the towers is a conflict that we'd like to set the record straight with. In addition to that, there are the historical significance of this church. When you look at the landscape of Chicago and you look out and you see all of the steeples, Pilsen's marker with the bells of St. Aldebert can be seen for miles. Look at the tracks that wrap around the campus right now. From the pink line, you see it. It's an identifying marker. The neighborhood has built around it, and to ruin that would be to wipe away 150 years of history, of community, and of neighborly love. And to the other church that's near St. Aldebert's, I agree, it needs to be landmarked. Landmark every Catholic church the Archdiocese wants to get rid of. We'll take your discarded building that you, I believe we're calling the St. Aldebert community. It was the Renaissance Revival, you called it. It wasn't attractive. You said, that these laborers were creating something that was not distinctive, that the personal bravery it took people from the other church to come here and speak. Imagine being an immigrant 150 years ago. Imagine the personal bravery it took to actually build a church and a campus that has stood 150 years. This church paved the way for every picture that you put up there touting why it wasn't significant. They paved the way for all those other churches to take what was built at St. Adalbert and improve upon it.
Thank you. All right, next.
Danuta Podowska, 5642 West Gunnison, Chicago. Będę mówić po polsku, poproszę tłumaczenie.
I'll speak in Polish and I'll ask for translation.
Dziękuję. W 1384 roku, 16 października, królowa Jadwiga Andegaweńska, córka króla węgierskiego, przybyła do Polski i była koronowana na króla Polski.
In 1380, Queen Jadwiga from Hungary came to Poland and was crowned Queen of Poland.
2 lata później poślubiła wielkiego księcia litewskiego Jogaila, dzisiejszego Władysława Jagiełło.
2 years later, she was married to Lithuanian King Władysław Jagiello.
Właśnie w tym kościele świętego Wojciecha nad ołtarzem wymalowana jest przepiękna freska, która przedstawia po lewej stronie, patrząc na ołtarz, ten moment.
And it's in this church in St. Adalbert that moment is depicted in a fresco above the altar, or
Jest
near
to-
the altar.
Jest to przepiękny obraz. Z prawej strony pokazuje obronę Częstochowe. 2 wielkie, ogromne wydarzenia dla historii Polski i Europy.
It's a beautiful piece of art. On the right, it depicts the defense of Częstochowa.
The whole freska, ta cała
The whole fresco depicts the
importance of
importance
two,
of the two events in Polish history.
extremely important. Ten piękny obraz przedstawiający królową Jadwigę z królem Jagiełło, litewskim księciem, został wysłany do Ministerstwa Komunikacji w Polsce.
That fresco depicting Queen Jadwiga and King Jagiello was sent to Poland to the Ministry of
Komunikacji,
to the Ministry of Communication in Poland,
żeby było uznane jako w tym roku znaczek wydrukowany na znaczku pocztowym.
and this year it's going to be printed on a commemorative stamp.
Jest to akurat rok, w którym 640 lat temu, 16 października mija data, czyli to piękna rocznica, anniversary.
And on the 16th of October, it's the 640th anniversary of that moment.
Chcemy, aby ten kościół utrzymał tą piękną freskę jako bardzo unikalny obraz, którego nie znajdziemy nigdzie w całym świecie, w encyklopedii, w żadnym innym źródle historycznym.
We want the church to retain this fresco in its place, an image that you can't find in any other book or place or museum.
I w tej chwili chciałabym dodać, że król... Okay. That's okay.
Thank you very much. Would you mind repeating her name, please, for the record?
Alexander Lockerbauer-Lynn.
No, not hers.
Oh, hers.
Yeah.
Proszę pani, imię. Danuta Podowska.
Thank you. Mr. Korecki, the floor is yours.
I am Edward Koretsky, and I'm a resident of Chicago. I ask the commission to please vote to landmark St. Adalbert Church and protect the inside and outside of the entire complex of this architectural and spiritual gem and protect it for future generations. The Gospel of St. Matthew tells us about how Jesus used a whip to drive the money changers out of the temple for desecrating God's house. What would he say to those who come here to oppose landmarking in order to sell, desecrate, and destroy God's house? May God have mercy on your souls. I ask you to learn about the Society of St. Adalbert's financially viable plan to protect and restore the church as a shrine and join with us to protect God's house. For all things are possible with God. Please vote to landmark now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koreski. So I see a couple more folks who are lined up. It's possible that we passed over your name. Since we've only got a couple more, I want to hear you. I also want to make a quick announcement that on very practical advice from our council, rather than reading a long list of people's names who are not here, we're going to go right to hearing the orange forms. And then at the very end of the hearing, I will go through all the names for folks who aren't here. You've been very patient, so I appreciate it. But in the spirit of making sure everybody is heard, could the last two people, one at a time, obviously, please come and state your name and your address. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Isabelito Trevelia, and I came to the United States 31 years ago. And I started residing in Chicago, and my first and only church until now is Our Lady of Lourdes. Now, you might ask, how is that related to St. Adalbert Church? Well, what's happening to St. Adalbert Church now is happening to Our Lady of Lourdes. That's why we're fighting a good fight for our churches. Now, it's so sad that there's been a lot of confusion, misunderstanding, and division in the church. It's so sad. Catholics fighting against Catholics. I believe that the fundamental cause of what's happening now is the so-called renew my church program by the Archdiocese. Now, after so many years of implementation, what renewal can you see around in this Archdiocese? I don't know. But one thing I can be sure about what is happening under this program is that churches have been deconsecrated, sold to the highest bidder, and destroyed. Why? Why? I cannot understand. In all the 74 years of my life as a devoted Catholic, I never thought unexpected that this would happen in my religious life as a Catholic. And so I am fighting. My parish is fighting with the parish of St. Adalbert for the ultimate end of having our churches declared as historical landmarks. Because to me, I think that's the only thing that you can save and preserve our churches. Now, I would like to advert to the fact that there was a question over there, so repeatedly, asked. And the question is this: who is the owner of the churches in Chicago? Alderman was trying to answer that question, I think. But I would like to take issue on that. Yes, who is the owner? The Archdiocese, definitely is the owner of our churches. I would say by paper, de jure, the Archdiocese is the owner. But in reality, who is the owner of our churches? It is us. We are the people of God. We are the owner of our churches.
Thank you.
Who built these churches in the first place? We, the people of God.
Thank you. So we have one more listed here. Is there anybody in the audience who's certain that they filled out a pink form and I did not raise their name? Okay, if you want to go last and you filled out a form, that is fine. And then we will move along to the next phase. Yes, go ahead. The
Hi,
floor
I'm
is yours.
Jennifer Carlin Mills, 4521 North Malden. So the gentleman over here kept insisting that the Archdiocese is the owner of the church. They don't get to pick and choose when that is the case. If you own it now, you own the repairs that have been needed for the last 25 years. You don't get to say, I own it now because I want to liquidate it, because we need to pay off our $400 million debt for abuse scandals with an already 80 million paid out. Sell the Cardinals pimp pad on the Gold Coast first before you start coming for our churches. You sell every single thing that they have before you come for us. The diocese does not get to make up their own definition of what solvency is. Solvency is when the church is paying its bills, not just paying its bills and not making the restitution tax that the diocese have decided to add on. We're not interested in that. They need to pay their own debt for their own sins. And if they cannot take care of our churches, then get out and get somebody here who can, because you have an entire room full of laity who knows what to do. He's got a global stage and he doesn't know how to figure out how to use it. Pastors during the Depression can figure out how to keep a church solvent, but now that he has the internet, he can reach anyone at any time. When Notre Dame was on fire, did we all just say, oh, that's so sad? No, we mobilized the whole world. We mobilized because Notre Dame is our church. The archdiocese needs to clean up their house and clean up their act, because we're not giving them any more of our stuff. We want to have nice things. Get it together.
Okay, we've got one more in favor of landmark designation, and then we'll move along to those who are not in favor.
It was,
And sir, you said you filled out a form?
yes, my name is Tawan Sims. To the gentleman who was not in favor of the landmarking, this location, since I was little, is like a marker for us when we hit Pilsen. I'm Black American, so I'm from the west side of Chicago, but this is like our Latino brothers and sisters. But we also know the Polish people too. And this community is, for us, noted as a community of builders. And I can't imagine how they would just let something go like this. Imagine all the prayers, you know, the Catholic people, they go in. We watch it, just being little, just watching all these people just go into this place. And imagine, oh, well, even though our churches might be different, we worship the same God. So for you all to consider tearing down this house of worship, how? Especially if you say the archdiocese. If you are the landowner, if you are the landlord or the owner of this place, why not reconstruct it? Why tear it down? Why not be in favor of all these individuals? I can imagine them being little. So these were probably the people we seen going into that place. But now for someone to say, oh, you don't live in Chicago, they did. They moved along because where they started in the beginning as poor people, they have now they moved along, set themselves up in other spaces. What you just can't say because they moved along, those prayers went away with them. That religious space went away. It didn't. This is a house of worship. This is a place where God is. You just can't take it away. You just can't tear it down. But a lot, what she said, 12 million, what they owe, $12 million, it's money, once again. And even though this is not my culture, it's still my city. Because the same way y'all do them, y'all do us. Simply for some money. And you can't, and it's not right at all. So even though we might like, oh, well, Cjo Lopez was out there screaming and hollering, it's a lot of people in here screaming in their hearts because they've prayed in this place. Because they've worshiped in this place. It's a house of worship, a house of God. And like he said, those coffee holders, when Jesus walked in there, he whipped them straight out of there. Because it's not a place for earning. It's a place for worship. And like the woman said, this is a place where I walk into and where my spiritual needs are met, not my monetary needs. So here it is, this argument where y'all might say, well, for housing, okay, yeah, we do need housing. But there's so much land around that could be utilized. And I'm a homeless man saying this. So understand, this is important. This is God's house. Even though we might not see, y'all might not be able to see God in it, the prayers that go up, that's what he's seeing it. This is a location that's noted in him, not in man, not in building. It's sickening what y'all do. It's sickening how y'all wrestle for the dodo. The money is nothing. These people, God is.
Thank you, sir. Let's move right into the next ones. Okay. So everybody is here. I commend you on your patience. We are now going to hear statements from those who are opposed to the landmark designation. I will remind everybody one more time, please be cordial and respectful. I'm giving everybody the full 3 minutes. Please use it wisely. You're welcome to speak for less than 3 minutes as well. Please be concise. If you hear somebody say something that sounds pretty much exactly like what you were going to say, you don't need to repeat it. And I'm going to go ahead and start to call folks in order of how we received the forms. So I believe we have Adrian DeLeon of 2159 West 18th, followed by, can't read the last name, but it's Greg, 2027 West 22nd Parkway. And then I think this says Keat Trucker, 2222 West 19th Street. All these people had to leave? Okay. Would you say that one more time? Kent, okay. Thank you. Make a note. Okay, the floor is yours.
Hi, I will be speaking as part of Adrian de Leon. My name is Frida Mendez. I'm also a parishioner at St. Paul. I and my extended family were parishioners of St. Adalbert Church from 2003 to 2019. It was sad when it closed, but I realized that the parish was in a steady state of decline and has been for many years. Even before I got there, I understand why the Archdiocese had to close the church. I have seen people claim that St. Adalbert's was their church, but I never saw them in church. I never saw them at a kermes or at a church function. I never saw them eating at the garage after mass or at a movie night. These people claim that they were parishioners had long left the community during their white flight of the 70s and 80s and abandoned St. Adalbert's and the increasingly Mexican community. The people fighting so hard for this landmark are this decaying building abandoned the community and the church a very long time ago. They don't live in Pilsen. They are not invested in Pilsen anymore. When the church was open, they didn't care about it or what it represented to the Polish community. If they cared so much about the building, then they should have stayed and been active parishioners instead of leaving for their churches in the south and western suburbs. When the Pieta was finally moved to St. Paul, these same people began to protest outside St. Paul after 10 o'clock mass and have been constant present since, disrupting the ability to worship and celebrate Sunday mass. They have been belligerent to our parishioners, and I have even been approached by one woman asking if I was Donna. And when I told her no, she replied, "Where is that?" A word I will not be saying today. We are not a community that should have to tolerate that behavior for anyone, much less Sunday after Sunday after Sunday. These are just a few things that I have witnessed during the condemnation of our parishes. And I will leave you with this. I find it very unfair that the residents of Pilsen and St. Paul community, that we even have to be here today. The people fighting to the landmark this building, this is in a state of decay, will never have to bear the cost of this landmarking. They will have to go home to their suburbs or their home near Midway, and those who will have to stay here in Pilsen, who are raising their children in Pilsen and who are invested in Pilsen, will be left to deal with the effects of this landmarking. Landmarking this building is essentially handcuffing us to the future of generations, to supporting the cost of this building that was never built to last. The money that would have come from a potential sale could be used for this so much more good in the community. For example, some youth programs, violence prevention, some ministerial work supports. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Galuzzo, do I have that right? Excellent. After Mr. Galuzzo will be Rachel Dilworth, followed by Dominic Figer. They both had to leave? Okay, I'm going to keep going to make sure we have folks on deck. I'll only have like a few of these. Mary Gonzalez. Mary Gonzalez is here? Okay, great. You'll be up next. Go ahead, Mr. Galuzzo.
My name is Greg Galuzzo. I've lived in the community over 50 years. In 1974, I stood on the steps of St. Adelbert's Church and tried to help keep the church open. I'm glad we were successful because the church has served our community for 40 more years. I was also part of the team that went door to door in Pilsen to stop the area from being designated as a historic district. Unlike the implication stated by others, none of those people mentioned St. Adelbert's as something they wanted to be designated as a historic monument. That was not part of that group's, because I was part of an active person in the group. Now, I want to say, if with a little bit of reflection, you know why we are where we are. Number one, most of the white people in our community moved out. They moved out. They're someplace else. The church is not able to function with the number of people left behind. Secondly, I'm Roman Catholic, proud that I am, but unfortunately, many Roman Catholics are not going to church every Sunday. So the church doesn't have enough people to support it. And finally, there's many people here who've expressed their faith and their commitment to reopening this church. I'm telling you, it's not going to be reopened as a church. It's not going to be. It doesn't have the financial backing, and it's not going to be able to be sustained as a church. So those of you who are here to keep it open of a church, I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. And anybody who believes that it is tricking you. Next, I'd like to say that that the church is a building. I am Christian, as all of you. I pray the same words and try to act the same way, but Jesus wasn't concerned about buildings. He was concerned about people. Now you have a building there. Suppose it would take $10 million to rehab it. What if we took that money and invested in job training? What if we took that money and invested in feeding people? What if we took that money and fought for a clean environment? That's the way I think Jesus would want the money spent. I don't think he'd want $10 million spent on the building. Now, Mr. Lopez thinks that he right now is planning with the city to turn this into some other kind of environment, use, like for immigrant use. He's not working to rebuild the church.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ms. Gonzalez, the floor is yours. You're going to be followed by J. Francisco Arriaga, followed by, and you can tell me if these folks have already left the building, Maria Arcienega. She left, okay. Roberto Zorita. He's not speaking, but he's here. That's fine. Oh, I see. Okay. The rest are not speaking. So does this make Ms. Gonzalez the last speaking person?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
My name is Mary Gonzalez, 2027 West 22nd Place. I'm providing this statement and my testimony to the city of Chicago in opposition to the city's proposed landmarking of the property that once served as St. Adelbert Catholic Church. As a Pilsen resident, a Pilsen homeowner, and as a member of Pilsen's St. Paul Catholic Church. I've been a resident in the 25th Ward in the Pilsen community for 66 years, ever since November of 1958. I've been a member of St. Paul for 36 years. I'm 83 years old. My husband and I raised 4 daughters in Pilsen, including Donna Graves, who spoke earlier. 2 of our daughters and 6 of our 12 grandchildren still live in Pilsen. Because I've been here so long, I have many stories to tell. Today, I want to tell you a 2-part story that relates to the landmarking decision the city is being asked to make and who the city decides to hear and respect. My parents purchased a small house on Loomis Street in 1958. They had 11 children. I'm the eldest. It wasn't great, but it was better than the public housing we were living in. Moving in Pilsen was difficult at that time because Mexicans were not welcome, not by the residents, not by the teachers, not by the principals, and definitely not by the police. I had never experienced this before, but when I was 18 in Pilsen, I had my first face-to-face encounter with racism, and it happened at St. Adalbert. I was a good Catholic girl as a child, and that continued as a young adult. I graduated from high school in 1959, got a job downtown. I would take the L from 19th Street in Paulina, and as I would stand on the L platform, I could see those St. Adalbert towers. I felt like God was watching over the whole neighborhood from those towers. I attended St. Pius, but one day I decided I just had to go to Mass to this beautiful church. So one Sunday I walked to St. Adalbert. I went up those steps to those huge, beautiful doors. As I walked in, an usher stopped me, looked me straight in the face and said, "You are in the wrong church." He turned me around and opened the door. I left and never returned because I could not enter St. Adalbert because the color of my skin. I wish I could tell you that I am the only Mexican that ever happened to at St. Adalbert. The landmarking proponents dare to call themselves champions and exclusive spokespersons for the community. Don't believe it. There are absolutely former parishioners from St. Adalbert who have joined in the landmarking effort and are of Mexican descent. Thankfully, they were not turned away as I was. And there are absolutely parishioners of St. Paul Catholic Church who are of Polish descent and deeply proud of their heritage. But please dig deep into the question of who's driving the group of preservationists and what history they are actually intending to preserve and perpetuate.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gonzalez. Okay, is there anybody else who knows that they submitted an orange form and did not get a chance to speak yet? Okay, here is the next thing that is going to happen in the process. I'm going to read into the record the remaining folks who submitted a form and did not get a chance to speak. I'm going to read their names and their addresses, followed by the stack of people who testified, who filled out forms on behalf of landmarking, who did not speak, and I will read their names and addresses. It'll take a little bit, so bear with me, and again, forgive any pronunciation mistakes here. Reading from the orange forms, those who are in opposition to the proposed designation, and correct me if I've already heard from this person, Keith Trucker, he left, okay, of 2222 West 19th Street. Rachel Dilworth of 1909 West 22nd Place. Dominique Figer of 2407 South Oakley Avenue. J. Francisco Ariaja of 2320 West 19th Street. He's here? Okay. But you're not speaking, you're just, you may speak, you fill out a form. Yeah, just for the sake of, while you're moving your way up, I've got 5 more names, so I'll go ahead and read those. Maria E. Arcienega. That's fine, thank you, and my apologies for working my way through handwriting here. 2320 West 19th Street. Roberto Zorita of 2030, also here? Okay. That's fine, just getting them on the record, that's fine. If somebody raised their hand and they want to, like the gentleman over here, then this is the opportunity to do it. Yep. Donna M. Graves of 2127 West 22nd Place. Frida Mendez of 2105 West Coulter Street. And Maria Hernandez of 2105 West Coulter Street. And now we'll hear from Mr. Ariaja.
My name is Francisco, and I am a parishioner of St. Paul. And I have also worked in 5 different places in Pilsen, in the Pilsen neighborhood, always as a musician. I'm a music teacher, and I teach. I think half of Pilsen has been my student in terms of Catholicism and religious music. was around 1993 when the first time I went to that beautiful, beautiful church was in Adalbert's. And I remember back in the day, I was working in pastoral efforts to get kids united in a neighborhood that used to be polluted by gang violence. And unfortunately, sometimes it continues. Back in the day, I remember the first time I went to the church and I played music there. I loved playing music there. The amazing architecture and beauty of that place, when you appreciate art and music, was absolutely beautiful. I loved it. And I remember I tried, together with other fellows, friends of mine back in the day when I was, in my 20s, try to establish a youth ministry at St. Adalbert's. When I approached the pastoral council and on behalf, and I'm going to prove that I was there, Father Jim Kaczorowski told me, go talk to the council and see if they approve that, we put some youth ministry here together. There were a couple of fellows who told me, "Where's Miss Mary Gonzalez? You are in the wrong church." That's what they told me. I am very sorry that your church is not open anymore. I love Catholicism. I have dedicated my entire life to play music and for ministry and for the liturgy. But I have to tell you, with a lot of pain in my heart, I work in 4 different churches in Pilsen, and I do not remember any one of your faces here. Not one. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I'm now going to read into the record the names of folks who did not speak but filled out a form. Okay. Blanca Torres of 18, and this is people in favor of landmark nomination. Blanca Torres of 1832 West 17th Street. Kinga Perron of 5115 South Lamone Avenue. Stanislaw Toto of 1026 South Beechwood Drive. Danuta Irla of 1026 South Beechwood Drive. Gelato Pachon of 5115 South Lorman. Teresa Antes of 2157 West 18th Place. Tony Sokolowski of 1437 West Olive. Sophia Skepian, there is actually no address on this one. Teresa Mikowski of 4941 West Column Avenue. Richard Mikowski of 4741 West Column Avenue. Lindenada Brycela of River Grove 8035. Barbara Baruch of 6107 South Major Avenue. Michal Solipak of 1806 Vermont Drive. Helena Krupinski of 8431 West Bryn Mawr. Maria Sitko of 8125 Willow Drive. I'm going to do the best. I think it's Thaddeus Tulowski of 4923 South Lockwood Avenue. Andre Janik of 4337 South Kaminsky. Helena Sukarska of 5710 South Archer Avenue. Anna Liss of 822 East Charles. Anna Spinder of 11 Witt Road, Barrington. Jan Pasternak of 8533 North Ozark. Anita Elmis of 6320 West Higgins Avenue. Jan Stremkowski of 883 West Grant Drive. I'm going to say Janusz, it's spelled STRHC of 1727 Crystal. Yeah. Yeah, let's check. I'm going to say Yelix, CZETHES of 6949 West Wellington. Adam Ploska of 5801 South Dorchester. Joseph PEGE. Yeah, this is a tough one for handwriting. I'm gonna say the address here is 3545 North Paris. Yeah, some of these are really tough. People do this fast. LUIH. I'm going to leave it there. BOTN of 3134 West Leland. Roman Waskamunsky of 1454 West Berwyn. Eugeniusz Novak of 8455 West Leland. Mariana Zuebel of 5140 North Montana. Jadwiga Wolinska of 5445 West Gale. Okay, I'm going to try my best. Josue, Chryezi of 1734 East Forest Avenue. No name on this one at all. Bogdan Skalant of 3121 North Central Park Avenue. No name on this one. Ewa Miklowicz of 7748 West Gregory. Witold Kaminsky of 7736 West Thorndale. Yeah. Halike is the best I can do here. Joseph Betsk of 2450 West and Augusta Boulevard. Alice Zwirgel of 2323 West Iowa Street. Alexander Donnell of 4915 North Kilpatrick Avenue. Anna Kwikpolska of 2624 North Sawyer. Sophia Sikis of 978. Sephora, Antioch, Illinois. Krasnoy Vogtensko of 978. It's the same one, like Spefanara, Antioch, Illinois. Zanislav Tomal of 6049 West Barry. Jarosta Winnick of 6099 West Barry. Maria Jedrol of 111 East Wacker. Kristania Leja of 111 East Wacker. Alexandra Figgis of 111 East Wacker. Lawrence Trevia of 4520 North Paulina. Isabelito Trevia of 4520 North Paulina. Rosario Deloria of 4520 North Paulina. Dely, I would say Trevia of 4520 North Paulina. Monica Talby of 111 East Wacker. Aileen Granelis of 4815 West Bell Place. Helena Voskoska of 4937 West Bell Plain. Rafael Kowalski of 242nd Street. Ursula Brzezinski of 6228 North Natoma. Nobody on here. Tomas Kariskowitz of 4050 North Marmora Avenue. There's no address on this, but Barbara Chinowski. Darius Liss of 822 East Charles. Katerina Liss of 822 East Charles. Katerina Lewiska of 5900 West Gunnison Street. Juliana Sawicki of 4438 South Mozart. Dr. Justine Gassier of 615 North Kensington Avenue. South Kensington Avenue. Okay. Joseph Tilka of 4613 South Francisco. Ted Jankowski of 4236 South Richmond. Maria de Luz Rodriguez of 2719 North, I think it's Sawyer. Agata Zabroska of 5801 South Dorchester. Lucy Osipka of 4665 North Reserve Avenue. The very last one, Thomas Smith of 5911 West 63rd Road. Okay. We have the conclusion. Okay. Okay, everybody. We are at the conclusion of our landmark designation public hearing. This concludes the official public hearing. The commission will consider the entire record, including the transcript of today's hearing at the June 6th, 2024 regular meeting of the Commission on Chicago Landmarks and determine whether to make a final recommendation to City Council on the proposed landmark designation of the St. Adalbert Parish Complex. The meeting is open to the public and details for participation are available on the commission website at chicago.gov/CCL. Have anything beyond that? That's it. We're adjourned. Okay, thank you, everybody. We are adjourned.